Hello, everyone. We're here again. It's Wednesday. This is episode 43. Blooming heck. And here he is. Delboy is here. Blooming
Hello,
heck.
everyone.
Eh, welcome, lad.
Yeah, my mum's not been. She's got earache tonight, so I've had to give her some extra tablets. But it's nice that I managed to get it all sort of sorted, sort of a good time. But that's one of the reasons, obviously, lots of things go on at night, and they stop this, and everybody's really nice about being considerate about it all. But my mum's very important, so
Of course. That's how it should be. Yeah, that's how it is. So I'll do what I normally do. I'll just say, what have you been watching?
Hang on, you're going to do what you normally do. What's that, rant?
No, I haven't had one yet, but there might one might come.
Drink like this.
I can already think of a few subjects.
You're going to do that drinking bit.
Yeah, I'll throw one out to you.
Yeah, no, I want to drink.
If anybody else does another blooming rant on the decline of why physical media isn't in decline because they're responding to somebody else doing another video on about physical media in decline, I will scream.
I've seen rants. I didn't know we were going to discuss that, but I'll just put my little 2 on it, right?
Yeah.
I've seen two. They were two unknowns. I've never seen them on YouTube. They just came up on my channel. The one thing I notice about rants like that, one, they don't name where they got their information from. Yes. They go, I watched this channel and they were ranting about this, right? That's the first thing. And I'm going, right? So I don't know where you're coming from. The next thing they go is they start talking about films that they've never seen. And I'm going, so don't you think you ought to see it rather than go, this is a great picture in this? I mean, I haven't seen it personally, but I know it's what?
Yeah.
Now, like I say, I think, what did I see one on? I saw one on, it was called something like Video Rant. It just came up. It just came up. I've never seen these things before. But the thing I hate about them is ranting about something you haven't seen. There's all the information that's out there, right? Now, a lot of people in the media are getting it all wrong. They're talking about, Sony are stopping to record.
That's where it all began, didn't it? And once that had happened,
and all that is recordable media discs, right?
They haven't checked the information.
And the other thing is that this guy was talking about. Like I say, I wish I could know what his name. I think his name was Blue Bob or something, right? It's a stupid name, right?
Yeah.
I was watching it, and he was going, physical media is in the best health. There's these films that have sold out, and all these big box sets, and every time you try and get them, they're gone, and all that sort of stuff. And I'm going, yeah, but you do know that they've limited them to 200,000 for the world.
Yeah.
Right? You count 70 billion or some people on the planet, right? There's 2,000 of these things.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Worldwide. I wouldn't say that was the physical media's in the best health in the world, right? It's in the past. You'd have something like 100,000 in every country or something.
Yeah.
And everything is going out of print, and there's sales later on where you can buy
it love it. They go on and on.
But I will say this: it does. If they get 1 million views, thumbs up. Because it does go. Oh right, physical media is in a bad place. Let's raise the bar a little bit by saying what this is. I'm not a big thing of rants. I know that I rant here because
I know we do it as a joke, but
I do it as a joke, right?
Yeah.
I've actually said in my blog why I do it.
Yeah.
Which is
these people are serious. I think.
How quickly can I make you laugh? Is fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That's the reason for it. But if people want to rant, let them vent.
Yeah.
I mean, I call it a vent, and certain things do piss me off. Right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, but you got to have a bit of fact behind it, and you've got to put things in a bit of context. And physical media, as much as I love it, is in danger. There's so many studios that are reducing things and all of this, and they're causing panic because they'll say this is a limited edition copy and we're only making so many of them. And and they're even going to the point of sort of like serial numbering them just to prove a point. And even though if they can go back to the well and they can actually do a print run of a number of others that don't have a serial number, that pisses the physical collector off, because they're thinking, oh, I've got something that's quite rare and it's going to be worth something. Now, the one thing that I hate, and I will say this, I don't use the word hate very often, is people that buy something for later on as a way of making money. So I'm going to have this collection, and it's going to be worth millions, and the pension's going to be. I fell out with that. I bought comics, right? And I bought 2 or 3 of the same issue, thinking, this is going to make money, all of that sort of stuff. Forgetting that they made 100 million of this issue.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Right? What did I buy bloody 2 of them at £5 each? There's bloody 100,000 of these damn things out. The chances of, because the reason a Spider-Man comic from 1962 is worth an awful lot of money is comics back in the 60s, were bought for kids. They weren't supposed to be kept. They were supposed to be read and discarded. That's what they were for. It's like kids would draw on them and all of that sort of stuff. And 2, nobody knew what the print runs were, right? They had no way of knowing if an issue was selling or not. In fact, it took 3 to 4 months before they knew something was selling or not selling, which is why, just to give you a story, Amazing Fantasy 15 was the last issue of that run, and Spider-Man was in the last one. He didn't get his own comic for 4 months. Because it was a story at the end of a series that basically was going to be stopped. So, and then of course it got issue number 1 4 months later when the figures came back saying, "Hey, this flew off the shelves." Right? That's a company that has no idea. They put them on boats to sell to other countries. So it was ballast on boats and all sorts of stuff because it's a throwaway medium. Now, films, bit different, but what I'm trying to say is, and of course, the internet really, really helps and spread the word and all of that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, they've reduced their runs because people are not buying them. The only way they know the sort of print runs to do is at people like Amazon and Currys and all those sort of shops telling people how many DVD players they've sold, right? Or they might go down the route of how many game consoles have been sold, because game consoles can play films back as well. And that's really that's the only real way of doing it. Currys always used to ask you when you bought a telly, what address do you live at? And I used to think, what's that to you? I mean, I've just bought a telly off of you. It's because they wanted to tell people you got it because of your TV license. It was about, right? And it told the BBC there's another telly out there that's got a TV license. See what I mean? So, so what I'm trying to say is there's always a hidden meaning. But when you buy a film, they don't ask you, oh, where do you live? You know what I mean? So they guess a little bit, but they play it safe by the numbers. That's all I wanted to say.
I'd just like to say that there's really 2 collectors with films. There's people who collect films and who just want the edition of the film, whether it's in Blu-ray, DVD, or 4K. They just want the film. But then, of course, there's people who want more. and that's where we get all the special editions and that. But the majority, I think, of people are more interested. If you love film, you love collecting just the films. You don't always want all this excessive stuff. But they try, sometimes I think they try and create a market. And there is a market. There are obviously people who just totally get specialized in having the best special editions of everything. But that is only a small part of collecting. It's not everybody who's a collector. And I suppose I'm speaking for myself. Those don't interest me as much. I don't want every single special edition of some film. I want the film, and I'm happy with that. But the way it's often expressed in this sort of on YouTube, you get all these people who are trying to make people desperate that they've got to have something. And I don't, I mean, no, if people are interested, that's fine. But there seems rather a lot of hype for things, People do immediately, they'll do a video. Oh, we've got the new this coming out and new that. We're all excited and all hyped up about it. And some people are probably thinking like me, well, actually, I'm quite happy with what I've got already. I've got the best, and I'm happy as a film collector. I don't want all that stuff again. Why are people publicizing it? That's just my sort of take. But I do understand there are people who that's how they are. They want all these special sets.
I do praise the collector, but I don't praise the collector if they're doing it for money.
Yeah,
if they're buying it and then they're going, I need to sell this, and I bought it for this, and I know that it's out of print, so I want another 30 quid on top of it.
Exactly, they do that. Yeah,
they're scalping.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to say a big thanks, by the way. I haven't watched this little clip yet, but Muckman Movies has actually put up a video about me. Right, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
I go right. But when I get a duplicate, I give it to friends, right?
Yeah.
And if I wanted to sell it, I'll probably go down the Kex route or go on eBay, but I wouldn't be looking and going, oh, extra 20 quid on this or whatever it is. It was bought because I've got a film collection. I've got a passion, right? I like artwork.
Yes.
So sometimes I've even bought a film because of the artwork.
Yeah, people do.
And most films I've bought that I haven't seen have been recommendations.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. But this industry is so passionate to me that they do this all the time. We've now come to the anniversary of this film. So we're bringing it out again, and we've restored it, and we've put these extras in it and all of this.
Yeah.
And it was Denny that actually told me, you better be quick because The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, A Fistful of Dollars, and blah, 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 has been restored again.
That's right,
coming out in special packaging, and it's from Arrow and all of this sort of stuff. And I go, yeah, I've got to add that because they're three of my favorite films, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly especially. It doesn't beat my Once Upon a Time in the West, which is what I consider that director's quintessential film, but I love it, right? And I have got it. But what tends to happen is I'll buy those three, I'll compare them, and then I'll give those other three to someone like you that ain't got it.
Yeah.
I don't tend to try and make money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't use it as a way to fund something else. Right?
Yeah.
I've got no problem, right, with people that go to a charity store and then get money for it somewhere else.
Yeah,
because
that's fine.
That's fine. That's like car booting, right?
Yeah.
What I don't like is people that have got bots that go to HMV and order 10 copies of this film so that someone else can buy it. And then they go on eBay and they go, this is out of stock. And then they put 15 quid or something on it.
Yeah.
All of this sort of stuff. And then when they pull out of the industry itself, like, oh, I'm not really into films and I need to clear some space, they go and put the same sort of prices on, and they say it's because I saw the price on eBay.
Yeah.
You know full well that those people are scalpers and they're pulling out. They go, I'm fed up of doing all that.
I know you're a steelbook collector, and that seems to happen a lot with steelbooks from what I've seen. That some just sell out ever so quickly, don't they? And then people are putting them on at ridiculous prices.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing. But anyhow, you're right. I think we should get into the comments.
Oh, well, you wanted to know what I was watching, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, sorry. There we are. I've jumped on. Yeah, what have you been watching? Sorry.
I haven't watched an awful lot. If you look in the background, I've watched a bit of Captain Scarlet. And that's Steve. Yeah. That's Steve bastard that does it, but he keeps talking to me because he knows I like Jerry Anderson. And I go, yeah, I fancy watching that. And of course, I've got him on Blu-ray, and the picture quality is absolutely fantastic. In fact, I think that was something that I bought him as a present to go with his Blu-ray player. He wanted to know what was good quality as a Blu-ray picture, and I thought, do you know what? I'm pretty sure Captain Scarlet was a pretty darn good Blu-ray, if I remember rightly.
But it's out of print now.
Is that another one?
Yeah. Well, it's on net. It was a network release, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unless that other company might have re-released it, might they?
Yeah.
Old Gold Media, is it, or whatever?
Well, I think Jerry Anderson's got its own studio. I don't think they go on the network. I think they did do their old ones on the network.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly. So I haven't watched these yet, but these have come through. I'll have to turn the bloody background thing off now, won't I? Where are we? This might cause problems because they just updated the software as well. That was the other reason for turn off virtual background. There we go. Is that turned it off? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So these came through. I have seen them.
Oh,
but I haven't watched the picture quality of these editions. So this one's Red Dawn.
Oh yeah, it's going back a while. Yeah, I remember that.
That's come through as a
Patrick Swayze is that one.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That's it,
but it's Leah Thompson that I remember from it, and Charlie Sheen. Right? But you can't see on here, but it's embossed.
Yeah,
right? It's one of those. It's one of those ones that I think, man, look, it's got the frame.
Yeah.
If he was thinking about getting that, he'd be going, "Oh, I like embossing and I like and all of that sort of stuff." One that I didn't get on with, even though I like Marvel films as a whole. The Venom, but the picture is always good on these, when it comes to the artwork.
Yeah.
So Venom, The Last Dance, it's the third film.
Yeah.
It's the only one that's making Sony money.
Yeah. I must admit, I'm not a fan at all of that Venom character.
Came through. To be quite honest, this was sent from a friend. I didn't buy it.
That's nice,
But it's a friend of the family, so it's not somebody who I'd mentioned, right? I think it's called Scares Collection.
Oh.
So it's got this front cover like that. It doesn't really tell you an awful lot.
That's nice, yeah. I like that.
On the back, it looks like that, and you can see it's got Rosemary's Baby.
Oh, wow. That's nice.
These are all 4K. Pet
Sematary.
Yeah,
that is fantastic.
Crawl and Smile. So I've got another bloody copy of Smile. Bloody hell. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, how many bloody copies of this Smile am I going to be getting? You know what I mean about ranting? It's just a joke. Right?
No, it's a lovely box set.
And Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street.
Oh, that's good. That's really nice.
With a nice big box.
Yeah.
I have no idea. That's from a friend of the family that actually.
That's very good. I like that.
And I don't get too many things sent to me.
I've never seen that box set before. It's really nice.
I have no idea. It looks like it's expensive. I have no idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
Really cool.
Yeah. But it's my sister, she married an American. She lived over in America for a couple of years.
Yeah.
We've got sort of like friendship relationships with them, even though they got divorced and all of that sort of stuff. And they know of my channel, and so of course they didn't have to ask me my address. They just said, "Oh, here you go, you can have this."
Yeah.
So thanks very much. That's all I can say. And I'll just thank Muckman in advance. I haven't seen this video yet, but it came up on the thing just as I was coming on, and I was thinking to myself, "Oh, he doesn't have to do that because it's not, it is a gift, right?
Yeah.
But it's a gift of the duplicate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really like I got 2. They'd only charged me for 1. If they'd have charged me for 2, I'd have sent it back. You see what I'm getting at? It's very rare it happens. It happens every now and again. Muckman's been really good to me because
he's a good bloke.
He's basically told me about films I should be getting, films I should be watching. And I like his channel and all his books and stuff. You know me, I'm a big filmy. I set up my channel because I cover everything, right? I do a blog, but I also do gaming, right? But I would say that my passion for films is 50-50 with gaming. What you have to understand, my impressionable age is from 1980 onwards, because I was going to secondary school in 1980. Right? So that'll give you an indication of my age, right? So I must have been about 11, 12, whatever it is, right? Going to secondary school. So I was watching TV, all the TV stuff that was going on in the 80s and the early 70s. Films, big on films. Films exploded because the video recorder came out. Bang!
Of course, yeah.
See what I mean? Yeah. And that was the big thing that happened. I was already listening to the music because my dad he liked all these. One of his favorite albums was The Shadows.
Yeah.
Apache and all of that sort of stuff, right? So of course he'd put Ennio Morricone on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So of course I got big into soundtracks.
Yeah.
It was like, the Superman theme, the Star Wars theme, the Star Trek theme. I'm going, I'm in my element. If my dad likes this and I'm listening to his record player, I can go out and I can go with him when he's going to the record store, and I'd go, Dad, can I have that? And it'd be it'll be a Century 21 Captain Scarlet album or something, right? They used to do those records, didn't they? Captain Scarlet on record.
Yeah.
So I'd be buying those with soundtracks, and that's how things start. When the video recorder came out, then I was buying films, I was recording them, and that's how collections started, because the BBC at that time were repeating episodes of The Prisoner and all of this sort of stuff, and I was recording them, and then they were coming out with box sets, and I was buying them. And so at that time in the 80s, computers were coming out. Right? So the Commodore 64, the VIC-20, the Spectrum, the Amstrads, all of that sort of stuff came out. My sister was working in a store that was selling computers. She gave me the broken ones. They gave her some broken ones that she can have. So you can have this. Look, somebody brought it in as a part exchange. Part exchanging was something that happened because of like how radio rentals works. Believe it or not, right? And most of these ones were working, but the cases were cracked. And I was good with model kits. I didn't know much about electronics. I was studying electronics, don't get me wrong. Questionable lad. I had a soldering iron and all of that. But all I had to do was use sort of like poly resin or some cement and put it into the cracks and then smooth it over and then prime it. And then put it back together. I had things like an Oric 1 and broken Spectrums that were now fixed, and I sold them, and I bought my own computer with them because computers were bloody expensive, and my dad was working in a factory. He couldn't afford to buy me a £300 computer. It would be you save up, I'll save up, you can have one, and it would have been 2 years down the line. It was the fact that I had a jump start that my sister gave me a computer and I sold them on for about 30 or 40 quid, right? So it took me what would have been a year to save up. I was managing to buy my own computer in about 3 months. That's unheard of, Even people that worked in factories couldn't work that bloody fast. To get their kiddie something, that cost 200 or 300 quid. So all I'm saying is, when people sort of like big me up, I suppose a little bit, I call my channel a retro zone because it's a nostalgia trip. It's not one thing. It's films. It's old TV. It's old soundtracks. It's gaming. It's all of that sort of stuff. So I love it when people big it up. But I hope they get the essence of what it is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because it's very difficult to pigeonhole me, and it's probably why I don't get a big subscription base. I don't know that too much.
Yeah. Well, I don't with my channel. It's just the ramblings. It's me going on, but it tends to be with a retro feel. Really, everything is the same with me.
So I just want to say thank you to anybody because if anybody knows me, they know that I come on here for a bit of fun. I rant a little bit because it makes you laugh, right?
Yeah, it does.
If anybody spoke to me outside of this channel, then they'd go, that's not Del, because when I was first shown on channel, right, which was in Mainmeister's channel. I wouldn't say boo to a goose, and I didn't swear. I went, oh goodness me, did that really happen? Now I turn around and say, bloody hellfire, what the hell, right? Because you relax a little bit more.
Yeah.
But, I'm just trying to say, it's just like that, really.
What I'd just like to say is before we go on, if you haven't subscribed to Delboy's channel, please subscribe. It's well worth subscribing. He's got a great channel. He is well known for the Sunday blog, which he does, which is absolutely fantastic. But he does a lot more than that. And you just have a look and see all the other things that he does. And he's not just gaming. He has obviously a lot of gaming following, but he also does films as well and others with a retro feel. So I've put his link in the description. So if you haven't, please go and subscribe to his channel. You'll enjoy it. And
so to end what I've watched, those have come through, but I actually watched this week probably too much Sylvester Stallone. I watched Judge Dredd. Don't know why. It was on telly. I watched Judge Dredd, and I got great amusement out of watching that. They've been showing the Rambo stuff off. There's been some nice sort of like films that I've gone, oh wow, I haven't seen that in a long time. So it's been a little bit like that. I haven't watched too much from physical media. I've watched things late at night when I couldn't sleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
It's been real fun because they seem to be having a kick at showing 80s stuff.
Yeah.
I watched on telly the other day Black Rain. And
ages. Yeah.
Broken Arrow. They showed that the weekend.
That's Travolta, right? Is it? Travolta.
Stealing that nuclear missile. Yeah. Not a fantastic film, but a typical 80s. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, and this weekend, what was on? Oh my God, you had Maverick on, didn't you? That was on telly.
Oh, right? I didn't see that. I didn't watch that.
So that's great. What did I watch? I watched Mad Max Furiosa. That was on Sky. I've got I watched it again because I wanted to see if they cut it, and they did cut it slightly. I did notice I think where her arm gets cut off.
Oh,
she's hanging.
All right,
the truck. I think they cut that slightly there, but otherwise, it was good to watch on there as well. It just stops me getting off my fat ass and putting some. I've got 3 copies of that film. I didn't have to wait until it was on Sky. An Amazing Spider-Man, the cartoon. Should I say Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man started? So of course I watched that because Spider-Man's my favorite sort of like character from the Marvel universe. But I want it to come to you now. You educate me on what you've been watching, and you watch you watch a much broader range of films.
I don't know whether it is this week. This week, I've watched the box set more, but I'll go into that. I have not as many films this week because I've been watching this box set. I watched We Live in Time, which is Florence Pugh and Andrew Garfield.
That's
really
the one
enjoyed it.
That was the one I told you I was going to send you, matey. Do you remember?
It's a very it's a very simple story. We have seen this kind of story before, but I enjoyed it. I think it's because of the quality. Both of them are great actors. And if you like Florence Pugh, she's good again. She gets a kit off again as well. If you like that. But yeah, she's good. And now the other two films that I watched as well, South Park Obesity and South Park Adults Only. Absolutely loved them. And the adult only one, it was just right up my street because in a way it was exactly like I was thinking. There was this craze when people were going around doing all these drink tests going around, and they have this cred one that they go around that everybody's going this cred. And it was a thing probably last year, wasn't it, where everybody seemed to be doing a video of them doing a taste test of this awful looking bottle, and it was brilliant. I thought this is so big. I used to just sit
South Park, isn't it? So
yeah,
are you a big fan of South Park, or is it something?
I'm getting more into them. I'd like to watch more. Actually, I'd like to, over years I've seen bits and pieces of them, but I ought to watch more of the series. I've watched. I think they possibly are on YouTube. Sometimes if I see them on YouTube or something, I'll watch an episode. Yeah. That's the sort of. But I could definitely get into a lot more. They're very sharp, aren't they? They're very clever.
Yeah, they're one of those ones that I think a lot of people like me. I'm not a big South Park fan, but I watch it. Will watch it, but be put off by the animation style because it's very, very.
Yeah, that doesn't worry me at all. I don't think it worries me.
It looks like cardboard cutouts with eyes that on, and they've just in two frames.
But I think that's part of it. To be honest, I think that's part of what it is. It's.
I think they were one of the leaders of satire.
Oh yeah,
where they would satire everything. I remember that. There was 1 million hits to this one video, and it was a South Park one. It's where Cartman was. They recreated the Buck Rogers title sequence. You know, where he sent Buck Rogers 500 years later.
Yeah.
And it was like Cartman or something, right?
Yeah.
And they did all the music and everything, and I was going, bloody hell! For something that's supposed to be looks like cardboard cutouts. This damn thing looks bloody marvelous. Identical to the Buck Rogers opening sequence, and it did give me a bigger understanding and a better sort of like appreciation of it. Still not sold on being a South Park fan. I'd rather see the animation style of, say, Family Guy.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about it. The animation style, I just accept it. I don't really think too much about it because I'm too busy laughing at what they're doing. You can see what they're doing exactly, and it's so clever and so sharp. They know exactly what they're doing. So I really loved it. So I've watched some South Park. Then I did this because I knew I was going to review it. I think I might have even shown it last week, which is Far From the absolutely, as I say, I absolutely love that. And I think I'll definitely get an upgrade to this. But I've reviewed it anyhow. It's on Saturday. Then the other thing, the Doctor Who one was interesting this week because I'm on to Peter Davison now.
I saw your review of Castrovalva.
Yeah, and I did 4 to Doomsday.
Oh, you're onto the second story. 4 to Doomsday.
And this, of course, is his first story that he recorded as well. as
It
Doctor
is.
Who because
Yeah,
he
and you
wanted
can
to
tell
get
because
into
his hair was longer, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
This is interesting. It's got Stratford Johns in it, who I knew from the TV series Barlow, and going back further, the police series. He was very big at one time as
I'll
the
tell you a
detective
story.
Barlow.
I saw that episode,
Yeah.
right, of 4 to Doomsday. The first thing I thought about when I saw Stratford Johns was he looks like the commander of the vegan ship that's from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where we're going to all blow the world up.
Yeah.
And the whole control thing where he's sitting in his chair and he's green and everything, right?
Yeah.
He was talking to everybody that was in the ship. I was going, this is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's true. I totally with you. Totally with you.
There's I think it's called the Vogon warship or something like that. I remember rightly.
I quite actually. It's an interesting concept. This story, and I say it was Peter Davison's first one that they filmed.
Yeah,
and, I thought it was really good. Then what I've been really watching. This is one of my box set that I've been watching. Is this the Outer Limits? The first season. I'd love to. What after watching this, I think, I'd love to have more, but I'd go online. They're out of print.
Yeah.
There are some, but they're extremely expensive. So it's such a shame. These are great.
Yeah, I told you. I've got that exact same box set, that first one.
Yeah.
And I got some snippets of the other series that they did.
Yeah, I've got 2 compilations from the other series. I've got one on aliens and one on sex.
And only in America can you get all 9 seasons.
Yeah, this is such a good series, isn't it? I mean, if
I remember right, that starts off with a 2-parter with Beau Bridges in it.
That's right. It does. The Sand Kings. Brilliant.
Which, by the way, is an old Outer Limits episode redone.
Yeah.
And it ends with an episode that was done in the first Outer Limits with Leonard Nimoy with the robot.
That's right.
I remember rightly. That's from memory.
Yeah.
And I think there's a scattering of other Outer Limits episodes in the first season. They are mostly new stories, but they are,
there's 22 episodes in this first season, so that's pretty good. Really loved it. And I thought, oh God, I'd love to have had more of these. Why at the time didn't I buy more? I should have done a few years ago when I bought this. I should have bought the other seasons.
I would still buy those on DVD if I could see them.
I'm kicking myself. This is DVD, yeah. I think we
ought to reach out a little bit. If anybody knows where we can get them, even if they're in American format. I have got a multi-region DVD player. You see them at a cheap price, right?
Yeah.
Let us both know.
Yeah.
I think we'd like to have those. I think that's a consensus. I think we definitely would go, I'd buy that at the right price.
You know something? I might, if things go to plan later on here, I might treat myself to pay about 40 or 50 quid for one. I just
think so. You see, I'm going to go. Look, I've waited this long, right?
Yeah.
I might go to Amazon.com after here, and I might just go. Do you know what? If there's one there at 10 quid, I might buy the odd one, right?
Yeah.
I for 40 quid. I've got a funny feeling with how media is going. They might come out. Yeah. They've already upscaled Frasier and Cheers. And all of this.
Yeah.
So I've got a funny feeling that the Outer Limits has already been, and the Twilight Zones have already been upscaled.
Yeah.
That they will get to the other Outer Limits. I think it's probably to do with licensing. Because it was not under HBO or anything. I think
it's not. No.
I think it's been sold from CBS to Paramount, and so that's why it's in that hell for over here. You know,
what I like is the fact that the quality of the writing and the actors and people that get appearing in it.
Oh,
fantastic! It's absolutely wonderful. I just can't get enough of it. But that's it. But as I say, if it's still around, I might treat myself in the summer. Maybe.
Well, you never know. Somebody on here might come back and say, there's a season 2 and it's 17 quid, and I'd be tempted, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You should get it.
Yeah. Right. It's when you turn around and say 40 quid, I'm going, do you know what?
Yeah.
That's close to me buying the Blu-ray of World of War in this country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm going, that's a bit.
But I'm thinking though, will it get a Blu-ray release? You know, I don't know.
Jenny bought that's it, Rod Serling's Night Gallery on Blu-ray. Now, who'd have thought that Night Gallery would have got a Blu-ray release?
Yeah. I've got the DVD of that.
I've got a funny feeling when Constantine, the second film, comes out this year, right, that they're going to bring out Kolchak, the Night Stalker.
Oh, yeah. That's on DVD.
And it's hard to get hold of. But what I'm saying is it's such a similar, it's a bloke in a trench coat and all of this stuff, supernatural, right? I've got a funny feeling that might get a re-release.
Yeah.
Because it's all down to the type of thing. And it all also depends on how well it views and how well it sells. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if Constantine does well, I wouldn't be shocked to know that 2 months later on they brought Kolchak out.
Yeah. Oh, I mean? Something happened to me this week, which has never, ever, in all my years of collecting, ever happened. I came along and I thought, right, it's my next episode of the X-Files to review. Went into the Blu-ray box set, opened it up, and there's no disc there.
Oh, you're kidding me.
And I can't do anything about it. So 4 episodes I've had to skip because they're not in there.
You want me to send you? You want me to send you my 4 episodes of that? Because I mean, obviously, I've got it, so that you can review it at least.
Well, I don't know if it ruin your set, won't it? Just taking it out.
No, what I'm saying is you only want to review it, don't you? But the other thing is that they're also on torrent sites. You could watch just the episodes.
Yeah, actually, I could do that. I might come back to them. I did think
I'd hate for you to have your things out of order and you go, I've got all the way to the end and I've got missing episodes.
You can get the DVD, I think, quite cheap. So I might just get the DVD.
Yeah. Oh, you see, you got to look at this from 2 angles. One, you've got a collection now that's missing a disc, so we need to.
It's that. Annoying, but what can I do?
You're doing a series, and you can't do the episodes, and that means that you can't review everyone. Now we can fix. All of us can fix that problem for you because I'm pretty sure I can send you an email with the episodes that are in MPEG format for you to watch. Right, that won't be difficult.
Yeah, because actually
sourcing you a season 3 disc, whatever it is, I'm pretty sure we could all look in charity shops or whatever and go, do you know what? There it is. It's only £1.
Yeah, I know. I don't mind that. Because the episodes missing, I think it's Nisei, I think, and something else, which are part of the conspiracy episodes. Which is annoying, but. It's never happened in all my years of collecting. I've never had a disc missing. But you see, you don't. When you get a big load of discs like that, you don't check, do you?
No.
You just wouldn't check.
Well, that's what I mean. If you buy something like, say, the Laurel and Hardy box set, the big box set,
you don't check. Right?
You sometimes you'll go to that collection and open it months later.
Yeah.
Or you opened it that night and you went, I want to see Music Box, and you'd find the Music Box on, you put it on, you go, I'm going to love that one day. One Sunday when it's pissing down with rain, I'm going to watch the whole lot of those.
Yeah.
A year down the line, you open it and you go, shit, there's a disc missing.
Yeah, I know.
And you just go.
Well, you can't do anything about it. It's annoying because it's not as though it was a charity shop. If it's a charity shop thing, we probably would. I'd probably have a look. Yeah, I might have a look. I should normally have a good look, but it's a brand new. It's that big box set.
Yes, I bought it. It was like this. It had it all the way to the end, but it It didn't include the movies, did it? I think.
No, it didn't include the movies. But it's annoying because you buy something new and you expect it to be complete. And honestly, it's never happened. In all my years of collecting, that has never happened.
No.
But it's...
Well, that's depressed me. That's depressed me. Thanks very much. Here I was supposed to be happy, and you've just pissed me off.
It pissed me off, as you can imagine.
Oh, so you thought you'd pass it on, you little miserable bastard.
I thought I just...
I know. Giles just turned around and said he likes it, and he likes Wednesdays because it cheers him up. I know. I'll depress him just to annoy him. I can hear the cogs going in your head right now. You Northerners. You all have a go at me. You all have a go at me for being Southern, and my attitude on life, and as soon as I say I want to laugh, you try and make me miserable. Bloody hell! Why can't we all just get along? That Tony York's bastard, right? He doesn't love everyone. He just loves you. He said, I know. I've got a big box of shit. I know what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna send it to Ian Hill, and that'll piss Del off, and that'll make my life complete. And I'll have that for the next couple of months. He'll be ranting and raving over it because he's a miserable bastard. Yeah, I am a miserable bastard. I don't care.
Oh dear. Anyway, I think I better get on. The only bit of music I've got this week, which I've reviewed, and it's a great album, is this album, Slade. Absolutely brilliant album. What an album this is.
Is that one of the later ones? Is that one of the later ones?
No, this is 1972.
My dad would have had that. My dad would have had that in 1972.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant album. It's just straightforward rock album.
I'll tell you when my dad stopped listening to Slade when they brought out the track "My Oh My."
Oh yeah, that's a bit later. Yeah, what happened was Slade were very unfortunate as a group. That two things happened. They made that film Slade in Flame, and it But unfortunately, Don Powell, the drummer, was involved in a terrible road accident. He was in a coma for 20 months. 20. Think of that. 20 months. He was in a coma, and even today, he still has effects from the coma. I think he did go back to playing, but that length of time the band stopped. They didn't they didn't do anything. And music business is very fickle. They were away that long, and that was it. You're out of sight from the public, aren't you? So. Yeah, I know. It's very sad. But anyhow, I mean, the band did continue, but they didn't have the same effects. Plus, they tried to break America, and they just didn't do anything in America. It just was a failure. So all those things conspired against them, and that was it. Really,
that's another sad story. Thanks very much for bringing me down. Even
but on the other hand, if you want good, they did get a revival. Black Sabbath had them on one of their tours. This was in the 80s.
I was going to ask you about. Now, you knew full well that I was going to ask you about Black Sabbath. You try and hide it, but you knew after this I was going to say, "What's your opinion about Black Sabbath?" Because it's been announced today about Ozzy Osbourne doing stuff in Birmingham, right? And you, because there's no connection between Slade and bloody Black Sabbath.
There is.
You're a miserable bastard. You try it on. You try and hide it. Go on.
But Ozzy Osbourne helped him come back on his touring, and also they started the festival circuit as well. They just have come back, but Noddy Alder has left, and so I think they're only going with Dave Hill as the member. Really, I wish they wouldn't do that now. You kind of, if Noddy Alder left, it was like, well, really,
that'd be the end.
I mean, his voice. Nobody had a voice like Noddy Alder. And if he goes, it's not Slade anymore, is it?
No.
But anyhow, that was a great album, and it just reminded me so much of how good they were. And that was
so going back to Black Sabbath that I was trying to bring in, right?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that? Because I mean, Ozzy Osbourne has been in the news in the last couple of years, and it's all been about his health. Really,
that's
health.
Right. Yeah, he's had a lot of.
I think it's really good that he's trying to do it one last time. But do you think it's a little bit too much of a stretch with his health, like it is? Would you say it was a good idea? This,
all I would say, I think they the last I did see a clip of him performing. I think it was when Birmingham had the Olympics, not Olympics, Commonwealth Games. And he appeared on there with Black Sabbath, and he looked quite frail. He doesn't look the same anymore. A tour, could he do a tour?
Yeah,
I don't know. A one-off gig.
No, this is a one-off, isn't it? At Villa Park.
If he could do a one-off gig, maybe he'll be okay for a one-off gig. But even that is quite a lot. But it's for the fans, it's great, to actually have a farewell rather than that. And if he can do it, if he's got good medical advice and everything, then he should. It'd be great farewell.
The last Ozzy Osbourne album I bought was one with Elton John on it, because he did a collaboration with him, didn't he? Of a track that he said, "I did it all for you." It was only a couple of years ago,
right? Yeah,
sort of like I came from here. This has all happened to me, but at the end of the day, I did it all for you, the fans. And obviously Elton John did the piano part, and did a sort of homage to him as well in the second verse. I like that track, so I bought the album. It did also revive my thinking of going back and looking at some of Black Sabbath's work.
Well worth looking.
I quite enjoyed it. Just like other people have said, look at Iron Maiden, all of that. I have enjoyed certain stuff. It hasn't turned me into a metalhead. This is the thing. I don't think anything possibly could, because I never say never. It's just that when you get to an age where I'm not far off of 60, and I'm listening to certain styles of music, if I'm not a fan now, I'm probably never gonna be. You know what I mean? There isn't going to be something that makes me listen and then I go out and buy, I think, the whole back catalogue. Right?
I'm kind of.
I think that's going to be rare. I think it's going to be rare for that to happen.
When I was younger, I always liked indie and punk, of course. I was never really into heavy metal, the sort of classic heavy metal stuff. It's only in more recent years that I've really got to like. You say I listen to Iron Maiden or something like that, Judas Priest. It's only in later years. And funny enough, that has come from watching horror films, because a lot of horror films have heavy metal, and I've been watching and thinking, I quite like this, and then it's Iron Maiden. Then I ended up buying a few Iron Maiden albums and really enjoyed them. So heavy metal for me has come much later, because I was always punk, new wave, indie. That was me really, in that sort of era. But it is interesting that they are going to do this farewell gig anyhow, Black Sabbath, and I think it's a good.
I wish you well. I was just concerned how fast of it. That was all.
I think it's good that and it's good that he's doing it. Really, it's nice for fans. One last time, because some don't get the chance to do it. It doesn't always happen.
What I just hope doesn't happen is that he goes on stage, he is this really the last thing? I loved it so much. My
Yeah,
years have gone by. I don't have too much. I'd rather die on stage, and then suddenly start doing a tour,
like that.
And he starts doing a tour.
Yeah,
and then because I think that's the wrong thing to do. It pisses off fans a little bit because it's like, oh, I thought that was going to be the last thing, and I've got the last ticket, and I've put it in a gold case and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
and then he comes out and says, "Oh, I'm doing a tour next year," and you go,
"Yeah, I know these farewell tours that keep being farewell." Yes, I'll tell you, doing that was blooming Status Quo. Status Quo finishing. Oh, Status Quo finally doing their last tour, and then they're doing it again. I think now Status Quo down to one member. What, I forgot his name. There's one original member who started it all, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does like another farewell tour. Oh, I've forgotten his name. His name's just escaped me, but you know, it's like that. It gets a bit ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no worse in many ways in seeing a group that you really love, and there's only one member from the olden days that, you know, when you used to really love them, what left, or even worse, when there ain't any, and you're going, why are they calling themselves this group when they're not even anything to do with it, you know? Yeah. But it's very sad.
I think we ought to get to the comments, but look,
it's very sad.
I'm going to do my friend a favor, Bob Art, because we never get to his comments before he's gone. He's just asked a question talking about Black Sabbath. What movie with Black in the title is your favorite? I think I talked about just now Black Rain, which is a Ridley Scott film with Michael.
Oh, yeah.
I've only just watched it again this week. I did have a great fun time watching it. It's an unusual film when you consider what Ridley Scott's does. But you know, there's probably other titles that are going to come to mind. But for now, Bob, I've answered your question. I think Black Rain suits me. But it's just that I want to at least get one of his questions answered before that's all. He has to go to bed early so that he can.
I'm trying to think of a film with Black in it.
Well, there was Black Arrow, wasn't there, that we were talking about just now?
Yeah.
No, that was Broken Arrow, wasn't it?
Is there a film called Black Friday with the? That may be wrong.
Well, for this one time, I'll let you cheat. Type in movies with Black in.
Yeah.
So I'll let you cheat.
I'll do that. Yeah.
I'll let you cheat.
Yeah.
And then you can trump me on things.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Black Hole, Disney.
Oh, yes. That's a good one. Yeah. I'll just try one more. But yeah.
I mean, remember, I've talked about Black Hole many times on this thing, so it's not like I've any it's come to mind. I went, ooh.
Oh, Black Panther. I forgot about that one. Marvel one.
I'll tell you another. Is it Ridley Scott did another one with Black in, didn't he? Was it Black Hawk Down?
Oh yes, yeah, I did. Black Widow. I forgot. That's another.
Yeah, that's another. That's
the Black Hole. Oh yeah, there's a kids one here. Black Beauty.
Black Beauty. Black Beauty. There you are. I can imagine you on a black horse, riding along with that beard. Yeah. Definitely.
Black Klansman. I've not seen that. It's supposed to be quite good. That.
Why does that ring a bell? Is that a horror? Black Klansman?
No, I think it's about the Ku Klux Klan, and it's.
Oh, that's why. Yes, it came out a couple of years ago, and it had the bloke from Black Panther in it, didn't it?
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah.
Spike Lee, isn't it, or something like that?
Let's have a look. Yeah, Black Klansman.
I'm pretty sure it's got the bloke from Black Panther in it.
Yeah.
The one who died, you know?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I think it has. It's jumped now. Oh, anyhow, I've jumped too far.
Anyway, pick one of these ones that you're naming.
But I think I like the Black Hole one. I think Black Hole's a great choice.
Wow, John Barry, what a score!
Yeah,
what a score for a start.
Yeah.
Then you've got Roddy McDowell, haven't you, in it?
And we want it released a physical Blu-ray.
What we want, we don't want Disney to go and bring it out on Blu-ray under their Disney Club, where you can't bloody get it.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
What'll annoy me, but it probably won't annoy you, is they bring it out on a blooming steelbook, and then people like me get annoyed because we want it not. We just want an ordinary copy of it. We don't want a blooming steelbook.
Anyway, I hope that's answered me, Bob. Should we go to the comments? Because I'm dying to see what we're.
Steve Mull says, Iron and Delboy.
Bloody, look at that face. He's got a picture of you again. Look. What's that?
Have you seen a film called Intruders? Intruders, also known as Shut In and Deadly Home, is a 2015 American horror thriller. I suspect it's one of those home invasion films. I can't say I've specifically seen that.
I haven't. I can tell you now I haven't.
Yeah. But I think it's probably an home invasion horror film of that era. Yeah. Anyhow, thank you anyhow for your comment, Stephen. And then Steve's going, okay, who's sleeping today? Ian or Del? That's one we're waiting for, Del Boy.
He's such a bastard.
And then Jamie says, good evening, crusty busters. And then Sai says, evening, gang.
Sai.
Del says, hi, Ian and Del. A local shop refused to sell me a screwdriver today because I did not have a driving license or a passport. Do you think they're taking it a bit too far? What? I don't.
This is because of knife crimes.
Yeah, but I mean,
screwdriver could be used as a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
That's what that's
so if you look over 18 or what have you, you still got to show your identity. How old
you like this, Charles? My answer to that is I think they took that way too far. I can go into Poundland and buy a set of screwdrivers for £1. They ain't going to ask me for my passport, right? No. I can tell you that now. Yes, they could be used as a weapon, but then basically anything in my pocket could be a weapon, if you know what I mean. So as far as I'm concerned, that's ridiculous. It's not even classed as a knife.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's stupid.
Yeah.
That's taking something to the 9th degree.
Yeah.
I mean, how long is it going to be then that everything Do It All, you know, or B&Q or whatever it is?
Yeah, you won't be able to go there, will you?
It's going to need you to take your passport, because the other thing is they're taking away the driving license.
Yes, yeah.
They're going digital. So how's that going to work then?
What if you don't have a passport?
Yeah. Oh, I ain't got a bloody passport because I haven't left the country in the last 15 years. Are you telling me I can't buy a screwdriver?
Yeah.
Because I haven't brought my plane, my identification that shows I can leave the country. What do you think? I'm going to take these screwdrivers and take them onto a plane and kill the stewardess with it? Is that what
screwdrivers? Yeah.
Is that what I'm doing? I mean, that's Charles. I feel for you. That's bloody stupid. Right, and that's made me. It's made me chuckle, but it's not funny.
Yeah,
is it?
It's not. You know. And it'd be like if the police were searching you and they sort of found some screwdrivers on you, they'd think, aye, you know, what you up to, mate? Yeah, a bit of burglaring, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going home to take a I'm going home to take a laptop apart, officer. You're going to arrest me because you think I'm going to go around doing screwdriver crimes? What's this all about? You can imagine it, can't you? Hey?
Yeah, the world has gone mad. Anyhow, Stephen Wall says, someone give Del a prod. There you are.
There you go.
Give him a prod. Jim Jam, hey, good evening.
I feel sorry actually for Jim Jam. He wanted me to do a video for his for his channel, and I did it, but we got no way of getting it to him. I've sent it through Google Drive. I've took away the protection. It doesn't like his email address, and we've got, and it's too big, too large.
Yeah.
The trouble with something like that is I spent a good 15-20 minutes thinking about what I was going to say, getting all the camera, and the only thing that was coming across from Jim Jam was, can you re-record it and make it smaller? And to be quite honest, I've already spent over half an hour at this point trying to do it all. It's one of those. What I'm going to do now, Jim Jam, if you're still on here, what I might do is I'm going to upload it onto YouTube, but make it private. Then I'm going to make it so that only one person can see it by adding a name, and then it won't be published, and then he can download it from YouTube. I'm going to try that. I can't think of any other way of doing it. Yeah. But I was so happy that I was helping him out, and then we had to snag. And unfortunately, I do understand why he doesn't want to create other email accounts. Why do I want to create other email accounts? I've got an email account. I don't want to confuse me by having 5 email accounts and all of this sort of stuff, So I get it. But, at the end of the day, I also get that you asked me to do something, and I spent half an hour doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So my wish to you, Jim Jam, is I'll do one more last thing of trying to get it to you. And hopefully that'll appease you.
Yeah.
Nice to see you here, my friend, and I will definitely be coming to Birmingham in the next month or so.
Sai says, it's the nanny state nonsense, about the screwdrivers. Yeah, it is. Tony says, evening, Ian and Del. Up, your mum soon feels better.
I worried so much today. She got this earache problem literally yesterday. And of course, Wednesday is my day to travel to work in business. So she's been by herself in the house, right? With no one, right? So, of course, I get back and I give her, get her a cup of tea in there. And then, of course, I fell asleep. But, of course, I woke up a good hour before this episode here. And I went to see her, and she said, every time I move my jaw, it hurts my ear and all of this sort of stuff. So I've given her some tablets, and I just needed to make sure she was all right before I started. I knew it was going to make things a little bit difficult coming on here, but I know everybody understands me and my mum. And I know that nobody would be upset if it was a couple of minutes, So thank you so much for everybody's appreciation and understanding that my mum does come first,
Yeah, that's fine. I think everybody knows that, yeah. And Sai says, get well soon, Mrs. Dell.
I will pass that on, Si. I really do mention all of these people's names to my mum. She doesn't understand it. She doesn't understand it. Who's this Si? She'll be going, and I'll be going, he's a nice guy up in Newcastle. How does he know about me? She'll be like that. But she does have a good time. Listen, she goes, he's nice. Go and thank him back. And I'll go, well, I don't know when I'm going to see him next time. It goes on like this. We have nice conversations. So
Steve Moll says, I was watching an old Extenders episode earlier. Don't you think Mick Hucknall simplified looks like Phil Mitchell with a wig? That's a good image.
What? That's not far off, is it, really?
That's a good image. I think he's right.
He had those dreadlocks, didn't he, in his early part of his career, singing all that Stars bollocks and all that sort of thing. Yeah. Phil Collins, in fact, it could be Phil Collins actually had an alter ego. There is no Mick Hucknall. It was actually Phil Collins all along.
Charles says, yes, I agree, Sir Robson. I don't drive and haven't been abroad in over 40 years.
Yeah, we don't have an ID system in this country.
Yeah,
we've tried to sort of like do one, in this country many different times in different ways. The government keeps pulling it, saying it costs too much money.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
And even students have got their own cards, so of course they think to themselves, they don't, that covers them. And of course, old age pensioners have got the bus pass, so they don't need that and all that. But they forget that. Well, yeah, you're isolating the fact that there's people between 20 and 50 that need this bloody ID. And what you're saying is all we've got is a driving license and that. And then what do? They come up this year and say we're getting rid of the driving license. We're making that digital. And I'm going, well, then what there's now have you got an ID system?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've got to take my birth certificate around with everything that I've got now. Is that what I've got to do?
Yeah.
Stupid.
Tony says, Charles, I thought this was the opening line of a joke. I wonder if they were wanting to make a note of your name and address from those documents. Nothing surprises me nowadays, to be honest. Yeah, the identity. Yes, you have to be careful, don't you, about your identity?
Yeah, because I mean, the girl behind the counter or the bloke behind the counter, I'd be to him and saying, "What's it to you?"
Yeah.
My addresses and everything. What are you doing? Trying to date me? You going to stalk me? What's all that about?
Yeah. Well, even police, you don't have to give your information to a policeman.
No, you don't.
Unless you've committed they believe you've committed some sort of crime or what have you.
Yeah, but only then can they caution you, and they can read you your rights and bring you into a place for a further investigation where you might then have to disclose this, but they can't do it on the street.
But it's amazing. A lot of police will ask without that. They think people will automatically give it to them, but you don't have to. EastEnders. That's it. Tony. That's Jamie saying that. Del, looking at that backdrop, I'm wondering, are you indestructible? Aha. There you are.
You know what? When I think back at Jerry Anderson Productions and I just look at the puppetry stuff, right? I think Captain Scarlet just about was the pinnacle. I know some people will say nothing beats Thunderbirds, and I totally get that.
Yeah.
Right? But to me, Captain Scarlet was it. Oh my God. They'd made it more realistic. You'd had a darker tone to it.
That's right.
Look at all those pictures. Look, there he is. Look, drowning. He's got snakes about to bite him. Sharks are just about to get to him. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. What more? It was almost like, can we write? How many more episodes can we write about how to kill him? Right? We'll electrocute him. We'll drown him. You know what I mean? That poor puppet. I don't know how many they made. They blew it up. Every episode they blew it up. So that was. But I love the idea. I love the idea of cloud base. And the other thing,
I loved it when they went to the moon.
Yeah, later on, when I watched it again, I realized it was us that caused the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, we blew up the aliens on the Mars base where they were on Mars.
Yeah.
We started the whole war. They were just turning an instrument to take pictures of them. They thought it was a gun, and we blew it up.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're stupid, right? Yeah. We don't wait, to see whether it's just something that, I mean, for all you know, it was a party cannon, right? You know what I mean? That threw glitter at you for approaching their new city and welcome to stuff. So we were the antagonists. We started the whole thing off, and then they became the enemy.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, who am I actually rooting for? Because to be quite honest, we started the damn thing.
Yeah.
Of course, later on, what they'd do, they'd do an episode of Donald Trump, wouldn't they? Negotiating peace between the two planets.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and he'll turn around and say that he can bring peace in 48 hours. Bollocks, Trump. That's all I got to
say. What can I say? Jamie says, yes, get well soon, Delboy's mum.
Thank you so much.
Tony says, I bet you can get as many screwdrivers, knives, anti-tank guns, well, maybe not the last one, from Amazon delivered the next day. Evening, Jamie.
Yeah.
Stephen says, hope your mum gets well soon, Del.
Yeah, that's very nice of you, Stephen. Thank you so much.
And Andy makes Star Wars says, happy Wednesday, lads. Is there any physical media you had but don't have now and wish you did? Thanks. Oh.
So a physical media disc that I used to have and I don't have it anymore and wish I did.
Ooh.
I don't think there is a disc like that.
No.
I've never got rid of my stuff. There has been stuff that have broken and you can't get it anymore. I'll have to think about what one that was. But I mean,
no, I'm like you. I
suppose what you
apart from all the VHS ones, I got rid of. I took.
That's
them
what
out.
I mean. Is there stuff that you got rid of on VHS and you didn't have a DVD version of it before you got rid of it? I take it there's a number of those then.
I don't think there is, to be honest.
So you only got rid of the VHS when you had a duplicate of DVD?
Well, no, I just got rid of them all, but I've been fortunate. I don't think. I think I was fortunate. I'm trying to think. Yeah, because there's a film that I really love, which I did manage to get a Blu-ray of, and it was quite hard to get. It's a film called Millennium, and
that's right. We talked about that before, haven't we?
Yeah, I had that on VHS, but I got rid of it.
Obviously, Chris Christopherson and some.
Yeah, it's a fantastic film. I've always loved it, and I've got a Blu-ray of it now. But I don't think there is any. I think I've been very fortunate. I think, I mean, I'm not going to get sentimental about Doctor Who. It's so easy. I could say, I wish I'd have kept these VHS copies of Doctor Who because the covers are nice and blah, blah, blah. But in the end, I don't have any regrets. I've got all the DVD and I like the DVD replacements, the better. So I have no regrets at all about the Doctor Who side. And nothing else, really. I was glad to get rid of VHS. I don't like it that much. Still, I'm not going to get romantic about it and be showing the VHS copies because it's just there for the sake of it in a charity shop being a VHS. Good riddance to them. I'm just not a fan of them. They caused a lot of, they were great at first when they came out, but once I got into them, they annoyed me like hell. And I always say it, the day DVD came out and I bought my first DVD, that was it.
Yeah.
Out. Get rid of buggers. And I did. Yeah. It was exciting because I started collecting Doctor Who again. Right from scratch. All the DVDs. Yeah, the 5 Doctors. But the first one after the 5 Doctors was the Robots of Death. I remember getting a copy of the Robots of Death on DVD. There was a few early ones they released, and I didn't look back. And I've still got them. I'll treasure them for always. Absolutely love my Doctor Who DVDs. But yeah, VHS, I was glad to get rid of it. I have to be honest. I'm not going to get romantic about it. Just get rid of it.
Let me see then. I suppose really it's very difficult for me because I'm a bit of a hoarder. I haven't got rid of stuff. There's bound sure to be stuff that I bought on VHS that have not come out on DVD, and most of my VHS has gone. Not all of my VHS has gone. There was a point in time where I was sending some VHS to a person, but they no longer want those, and that's fine. But let me think. I won't keep you long. I'm just trying to think. There's bound sure to be something that I've had as a kiddish show that I haven't got or something anymore that I would have bought. or something. Let me just get my thinking head on for a minute. Oh, I nearly had one then. So I don't want to put too many pauses into this. So let me just think. There was something in the 60s that I had that you can't get anymore, that I used to have, and it did come out on DVD and you can't get it anymore. What was it? Oh, it was one of these science fiction ones.
Yeah.
I'll come back to it. I'm sure it's going to come back. I'll just mention what I'll do. I'll just mention the title and say, by the way, that answer to that one was this. It will come.
I've just realized I have told a lie, because somebody sent me a couple of years ago now, it would have been. In fact, it was Matt from Matt V Movies. Great bloke, great channel going on.
Right.
Channel. And he sent me an event. He knows how much I love the Avengers. He sent me this briefcase, which I've got, and in it, it's got 3 VHS tapes of Avengers episodes. So I have got that. That's just it's a lovely item. It really is, a suitcase.
Right.
That's the only one I've got of VHS.
On VHS that I have not got on DVD or Blu-ray, and it was a huge big box presentation.
Yeah,
it was a one-off with a certificate and everything. Was when Disney brought out Fantasia for its anniversary, right? It came in a big blue,
that'd be nice.
Right?
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
And it had the music to Fantasia in it. It was all in a presentation box with a certificate and everything. God knows what happened to that box. I don't know where it is. I moved to Manchester. I moved back, and I looked through all my boxes because everything is still in boxes. I cannot find the damn thing. And I have not got Fantasia on DVD or Blu-ray or 4K. And I do know that things are coming up to an anniversary again for that, because Snow White's just about to come out. Fantasia wasn't too many years afterwards.
No.
So maybe I'll get lucky. But there was one thing where I could turn around and say, do you know what? I'd watch that tomorrow. It'd be Fantasia, because I like my music. And I do like Mickey Mouse being the Sorcerer's Apprentice,
Yeah.
And I thought that was a fantastic scene. I mean, you look at the animation at that and you go, why are they doing animation like that now?
Yeah.
It really
totally
was
agree.
beautiful.
I don't like the 3D animation at all. I'm not that keen on it.
I think it's okay. It's just that what I'm saying is I think we've become lazy.
I'd much rather have the 2D.
I think people that used to draw on cell animation, that you drew thousands and thousands of frames every day.
All that work.
We've lost those people and their experience.
That's a skill.
We've let computers take over. Now, I don't want to poo-poo computers, because that's my livelihood.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I work in IT. But what I don't like, and I'd never like this, including what's happening in my job at the moment, is we let people go, we lose their experience, and we can't get it back. And you've done nothing to actually keep that experience written down or anything that you can refer back to.
Yeah.
Now, Don Bluth used to do animation for a video game called Space Ace and all of this sort of stuff. And Dragon's Lair, it was called, And he did the animation for ELO's Xanadu, right?
Yeah.
All that animation, right?
Yeah.
You don't hear his name anymore. But he was ex-Disney.
Yeah.
Right? He's probably the last person that drew in that old style, because from then on, it's all been bloody computer generated. Right? Computer generation is a fantastic medium that gets things out very, very quickly. And I still am not upset that Toy Story, which started this whole thing off, this digital animation off, in a way, it didn't start it totally off. And what I'm saying is, it's the big film that people refer back to when they go digital animation, right? Because by the way, Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan's got a digital animation with the with the Genesis probe, right?
Yeah,
that is animation if you want to look at it. It's computer generated, right? All I'm trying to say is that we it would be lovely if they do that type of animation every now and again in the cinemas.
Yeah.
A modern story, but done in the old style animation.
It would be lovely, yeah, but it won't happen.
Because the only way I see it now is through little indie studios.
Yeah.
That still want to keep that sort of animation technique alive.
It would be great, but it's sad.
We'll move on, won't we?
Charles says, Tony, it's bloody ridiculous what happens when you go to a steakhouse. Are they going to refuse me a steak knife? Yeah. Oh no, you can't have one of them. Nope.
Plastic knife and fork.
Yeah. Is that a steakhouse for killing vampires, Charles? Oh yeah, plastic steak.
Oh Jesus! What's it called? Captain Kronos's House of Steaks.
The House of Bernie Inn. Remember Bernie Inns?
Yeah, Delboy remembers Bernie Inns.
Yeah.
I'm going to take it somewhere sophisticated. I'm going to take it to a Bernie Inn.
Yeah, they were very popular, weren't they, Bernie Inns? Yeah. And then he's laughing there, and I see Muckman, haha. Yep, he's laughing again. Steve's Gaming. Brian Murphy passed on a couple of days ago. 92, though, is a good number. Yeah, I did 92.
So upsetting that was when that came up on the news. I mean, I knew about it fairly early. I didn't know quite what to put when I did a little thing on social media. All I could think of really was he's reunited with Eupha Joyce, who died many, many years ago. That's through her drinking, really.
Yeah.
That was liver related. But he's done far more things since.
He's done a lot.
Man About the House and so forth.
I remember he did actually some, I think, children's TV as well. Because I remember when my son was little, we'd be watching children's TV, and he popped up. He popped up in various guises. He's one of those actors who did all sorts of things, I think.
Well, he was something like 15 years younger than Eupha Joyce. And yet they looked like they were the sort of similar age because he had receding hair, he had obviously, so he did make him look older than he actually was. But that worked out for him because he had one of those faces that you just go, do you know what? I could just look at your face and you make me laugh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there aren't many people that you can actually turn around and say that to. I mean, I look at your face, Ian, and go,
yeah, I know.
Before I even start here.
I'm going to live with it every day, but there we are.
Only joking.
Charles says, Tony Hawk, I went on Amazon. They asked for the same thing.
Really?
Wow.
I mean, I knew they were clamping down with knives and ornamental knives, but I didn't know screwdrivers was that.
Really? That's an interesting development, isn't it? I don't think that's widely known at all.
I ordered a strimmer from Amazon, and they didn't ask me for ID or anything. And just think how big that thing is. It cuts through.
How dangerous it could be. It's like a chainsaw asking for getting one as well.
I mean, just think about it. I'm going to buy an electronic knife that will cut the turkey next year, right? They're going to ask me for ID for that.
What about an axe then? So if you order an axe, you're going to have to show identity in case you go around being an axe murderer.
That has got a blade, hasn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, I'm talking about, a strimmer's got a blade, right? Because you can add attachments to the bottom, right?
Yeah.
But they're asking for ID for screwdrivers.
Yeah. Oh, drill. What about an electric drill?
Yeah.
That could be conceived as a weapon. torture weapon.
I'd love to be able to speak to customer support. And say, can I order a set of drill pieces for you? It's just I'm filming Driller Killer.
Yeah, that's right. And I just need to.
I need a Black and Decker. Can you send me the most powerful one you got? Can you also send me a set of drill bits that are 10 foot long?
Wouldn't it really splatter a few brains?
And I need a big extension cord because I've got to run down the street with it trying to kill people, right? So can you? Oh no, I'll tell you what. I'll have the battery one if you've got
the cordless one. Give us a cordless one, yeah.
And then see how quickly they put the phone down.
Oh dear. Oh, you could say, we're doing a film. Perhaps Amazon would like to sponsor us with
do you want to sponsor
various items.
Yeah, do you want to sponsor my film Acid Baby Bloodbath, please? It's about a psycho that goes around placing babies in baths of acid.
Supply us all the stuff,
and you can supply the acid for me. That'd be really nice. Thank you very much.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? I think they would put the phone down. What movies? Wasn't Brad Murphy punching above his weight? His wife was the blonde lass from IDI.
Yeah, it was. Oh. He was the first person that turned around and said that Brian Murphy was her soulmate. I remember seeing all of the tributes. I don't think I saw Paula Wilcox's tribute, but I did see a lot of other tributes.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Paula Wilcox is the first would have actually said
she would. Yeah, I'm sure.
I just don't think I think I missed it. That was all.
Yeah.
No. Because I mean, Paula Wilcox is still around, you know.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. Andy says, my older brother, who is now 50, still has videos, DVDs, HDs, 4Ks of so many films. It's insane. I just say, what's the point? I don't know. I can, it's the way people are sometimes, collecting and is like that. It's just, I think a lot of it for me, it's storage, isn't it? I mean, DVD videos as well as not liking them for what they were. They take up a lot more room, hell of a lot of room.
I've still got my Laserdiscs, and people ask, "Why have you still got those?" I must admit, it's because I tell you what, it's a bit selfish, really. It's because I spent a bloody lot of money on it.
Oh yeah,
exactly. And I don't want to give it away for 50 pence.
Yeah,
right? So there is a little bit of that.
I think they're a nice bit of
I tell you what, they bloody look lovely.
Yeah, that's it. I think you've got the point. I mean, I know every week I bang on about CDs, and and it's still true. I love CDs. Which is the best sound quality, whatever. But I do understand why people like the vinyl record. I do understand it because they see it as a work of art and look at it. But for me, it's about the music. But I do understand people who are into records. But
yeah, I tell you what,
just that,
it frustrates me, people that go down the line of, I think vinyl's better than CD because of the sound quality.
Yeah.
I think it's all about the music. I don't care what medium you put it on.
Yeah.
Right? They even came out with the mini disc, which is like a tape, which is a tape version, really.
Yeah.
Stuff. That sounded nice. It's just a format that never caught on. I look at it like this. As long as I can listen to that music and my ears can pick up the sharpness of it, great. Because I tell you now, if you put a vinyl record on, and I've got vinyl records, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Right? I put it on a record deck, right? I'm so old that my ears can't pick up certain ranges anymore, high up or low down.
Yeah.
So it's a waste of space saying that, this one's a better quality.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Because my eyes, my ears can't pick it up. It's like we've come up with 8K, 8K images on TV, and I'm going, I wear glasses.
Yeah.
It's going to be great for somebody who's got 20/20 vision and is 20 years old, right? But you're aiming at the wrong person if you're thinking a 60-year-old is going to turn around and say, 8K.
Yeah.
right? It's a little bit like that, and you have to be a bit careful about it. But I don't think that vinyl. I don't get into the argument of vinyl is better than CD and CD is better than vinyl. We loved them both, didn't we? CD was around 12 or so years. Vinyl was around for much longer.
CD still is, in my opinion, still around and very much alive.
Well, that medium, all that's happened with CD is it's evolved into Blu-ray. So it's still the same medium, it's still the same way you make the disc. All the same way. It's just it's a higher capacity with a thicker image, all of that sort of stuff, but it's picked up in exactly the same way.
Right? I think what has happened with vinyl is it's become overpriced and too much about the aesthetics of the way it looks rather than the music. We seem to have got away from the music. Album covers have always been a work of art, which is great. But when you start having orgasms over the color of vinyl, it just leaves me totally cold. I don't understand it at all. Why would you pay 50 bloody quid for an orange piece of vinyl and start having an orgasm over it? Oh my God. No,
well, look, I am going to turn around and say, look, there is a collector's aspect to everything, right? But I must admit, I don't get excited over blood-splattered inversions of records and all that sort of stuff. But fair play to them. I like the artwork.
Everybody's different. That's true.
I like the artwork, and I like the fact that they're passionate about something. I will get into that, right? The thing about it is that the reason I think, to me, quite honest, that the prices are like they are, is because they went down the route very early on of, do you remember the days of vinyl? That's what it was.
Yeah, we had all that.
Right. I saw them in Sainsbury's, right? And they were putting Madonna albums out for 30 quid. And I was going, I remember the days of vinyl. And I remember going to WH Smith, they were 99 pence. What's this 30 quid nonsense, right?
Yeah.
I never thought it would take off because I thought 30 quid for an album, nobody's going to be mad enough.
They've gone up even more than that now.
People complained at that time because CDs were coming down to a tenner, right?
Yeah.
People are still complaining, tenner for a CD. It's extortionate, blah, 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 right? And I was thinking this kick of trying to get vinyl back in and charging 30 quid is not going to take off because nobody's got that sort of money. Well, how wrong was I? So I put my hand up and say, do you know what? I was totally wrong.
Yeah.
Right? But I do remember that. It was in Sainsbury's. I was passing into Sainsbury's. They were selling knockoff record players that you could hook up into any amplifier. It just had the normal audio connectors out the back. And even you went into an electrical store and they brought out this turn your vinyl into MP3s and stuff, right? These all-in-one things where you stuck a memory stick in and it recorded it all for you. I remember all of those days.
Of course, yeah.
I've still got my record deck. It's a Technics record deck. The needles are bloody expensive as much as
there's loads of stuff. It's a fiddle. There's the problem with all vinyl. It's a right fiddle. CDs are better sounding.
There are people that are better than me that will explain it, but it's all about the weight of the head. Right? You know, like you want a 4 gram needle head.
Oh, what a load of cobblers. It's just awful. And it's true, you're right. I mean, my brother was he was an hi-fi person.
Well, the thing that I was going to say about it is that if you look at an 80s vinyl record, it tells you that it's digital.
Yeah.
Not digital at the bottom of it. It tells you that's because they digitally recorded the music and then put it onto vinyl, putting it back to analog, right? And you think well, how is that productive? You've gone from analog to digital, and now you're going digital back to analog to put it in, right?
Yeah.
It turned into a huge complex thing that confused everybody.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same confusion you had when people were saying, what's quadraphonic? Right?
Oh, quadraphonic. I remember quadraphonic.
Mono, and then there was stereo, and now there's quadraphonic. And people
tried to push that. Yeah.
What the hell am I doing? Have I got to buy another record player that will actually do all this and all this sort of stuff? Where quadraphonic is just again another split.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, we get confused by technology, and then we fall in love with it because somebody suddenly explains it what it is, and then if you understand it, you go, oh, and it clicks, and then you go full in with it because you can explain it and say this is obviously better because this is how it was recorded and now it was put back and out pressed and all of this sort of stuff.
I think a lot of it is to do with nostalgia, though. People look back when they had their big record collections, and therefore when they see a record, they get nostalgic. That's part of the appeal. That is the collector's appeal on the market.
I've got an album out the back there, right? That when you get to the end track of an album, right, the last 20 seconds is a load of bleeps and blobs, right? Noise.
Yeah.
But if you put that tape in a Commodore 64 computer, it played a game.
Oh, right.
A game. So they put computer games on albums.
Wow. That's
Right? I'm going, this is where I'm it never took off. There's around about 20 or so albums out there that have got games on.
Yeah.
Right? But what I'm trying to say is that's inventive, isn't it? That's doing something that's a little bit out of the blue. You know, but at the end of the day, we love audio. We love how it sounds, the warmth, and then the brightness, and so
I think though what has happened is it's a nostalgia thing. I think very much what the so-called vinyl revival. It is being pushed, I think, by a lot of people who quite rightly, in their opinion, love vinyl.
Yeah.
But we're forgetting it's not the real picture. It's a relatively small amount of people.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, I'm still gonna call them records.
Yeah, that's it. I agree. There's me saying vinyl, and it is records. Yeah, but people, I think they just like so many of the things that when you're a collector, it is about going back. It's all often just looking back things that you liked. You know,
that's right.
As a child. That's what it's about, you know.
I've still got it, and I absolutely adore my double album of War of the Worlds, Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds. It came in a double album, and it came with a bloody great big piss off book with all sorts of pictures and everything in it. And I was 8 years old.
Yeah,
8 years old when that came out.
Yeah,
loved it.
It's in all areas because I do have some corgi cars. I've got again because I love corgi. It was what I was brought up as a child with: Matchbox and corgi. There was Dinky. I wasn't into Dinky as much, but yeah, Dinky did some great things. But that is all about. It's just reminding me of when I was a child. You know, I think, so that's why I've got a few.
So all I wanted to get out there was I've got no problems with anybody that's a collector that loves records. I just don't like the battles of my record collection is better than your CD collection because records is better. I avoid that route.
Yeah, exactly. I'm afraid you're right. There is almost like a snobbery amongst some of these people. You can see it when they're there with the records, that they're trying to say that they're somehow superior to CDs. I'm sorry, they're not superior to CDs. It's a fact. But
I never think of my collection is better because I've got more 4K than you've got Blu-rays.
Yeah, exactly.
So why am I going down the route of my CDs because I've got more CDs than records?
Yeah.
In fact, actually, I think I've still got more records than I have CDs. Actually, Remember, my dad passed on his record collection to me.
Yeah,
and a lot of soundtracks. I bought a lot of soundtracks, but in the 70s and 80s, and a lot of it was cheap Italian albums of Ennio Morricone, which you could actually get cheaper than buying records in this country at the time.
Yeah.
So to be quite honest, I love my record collection.
Of course, it means a lot to you.
I just don't go overboard with it. That's all.
Yeah,
I can't do too much with it because YouTube basically copyright strike you.
It does. You can't play music. Yeah.
The worst thing I think in the world probably is somebody like me rattling on about how good an album is.
You can't do a video.
You can't do a snippet of it for longer than 10 seconds before it be taken down saying copyright strike.
I think they allow you 4 seconds. I think.
Yeah,
I think
bollocks.
4 seconds. 4 blooming seconds. You can't. What can you do in 4 seconds? Absolutely nothing, can you?
I mean, at the end of the day, the only way you can do it, really, and this is what I was thinking the other day, is doing a podcast. Podcasts don't mind because it's a bit like broadcast radio.
Yeah.
You could do soundtracks there, but then you can't show the album art.
Yeah.
Whichever way you look at it, you're going to fail.
Yeah.
So
it's a shame, really, about YouTube with that. It's a real shame. But
Twitch is a way to go, possibly, but
Yeah. But anyhow, let's get on. We've still got quite a lot of these to go through. Sai says, I'm off to the pictures tomorrow. Oh, yeah. I'm having a double bill of becoming Led Zeppelin. Oh, I'm looking forward to the Led Zeppelin film. Followed by Companion. Really looking forward to it. Yeah, Companion's been mentioned quite a bit. I've heard it being mentioned.
Companion,
but the Led Zeppelin film.
Companion I know about. Becoming Led Zeppelin, no, nothing.
I can't wait. It'd be brilliant. Led Zeppelin, what a group. What a group.
Is that something that you'd recommend me going to see as Becoming Led Zeppelin? Do you think I would take it in and go, do you know what? I think you'd get something out of it.
You're quite open, aren't you? To music. So, yeah. I mean, I think anything, because I think you'd be interested in it. Yeah. If you're interested, you have an open mind, definitely well worth it. Yeah. Tony says, Charles, wow, that does surprise me. Can you perhaps give them something like a national insurance number for proof of ID? That's this ID business. Yeah. Oh, God. No. And then we've got Amando is best. Thank you.
Armadillo is best.
Is that Armadillo is best? Thank you for the note taking background noise, gents. Have a good morning. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
That's not a problem.
McCoy movies. Right. In relation to the special edition discussion, I buy these because I take joy in having my movies in nicer packaging and artwork. But I currently have no intention of selling my collection. But, and then we continued, but when I retire and we want to downsize, it will become a nice nest egg. That's a very good point. Yeah. That's a great point. Yeah, why not? If you need some money in the future when you retire, say, then
yeah. But what I was trying to get at though is those people that were a little bit like the comic book artists in the 1990s when Marvel was about to go bust. What they did was they saw that there was a hot artist. They then bought every copy that they could of this particular artist, and they said, we're going to keep hold of it for a year, and then we're going to flog it, right? And we're going to make loads and loads of money. It was almost like I'm buying bonds.
Yeah.
Paper bonds. You remember those football bonds and all that?
I do remember them, right? Yeah.
Right? It's almost like that. I don't buy The Hitcher in 2024 to get a profit in 2027.
Yeah, but why would you?
Is what I'm trying to say.
I'd say when you're a collector, why would you? Why would you? Yeah.
But there are people out there that saw that then bought 10 copies of it so that they could go on eBay and then flog it, and I think that's wrong.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I think you also have to get into the idea as well that as much as it could be a little nest egg, you've also got to take into consideration that there might not be any players when you die around, right? Everybody's gone through the streaming route, and you can't sell them for love nor money, and they're worth about 50 pence. Even the charity shops are not accepting them anymore. In fact, they turn them into those VHS tapes that we've just been talking about. Saying, a 4K disc? You must be mad. I don't want that. I'll never be able to get rid of it off my shelf. There's nobody who's got a player anymore. Blah blah.
I think you'll find that you'll still be able to. I wouldn't worry. I think you'd still be able to get older players. You can go. I bet you'll be able to go on eBay.
I was having a bit of fun, but what I was saying,
I get your point. No, your point is right. Yeah.
So all I was getting at is this. I've told everybody, right, that when I started my blog, it was to give my nephews and nieces an idea of what I was passionate about.
Yeah.
And when I die, if they're going to sell all my stuff on, they'll know what was worth something or what wasn't worth something, right? That was the whole intention of it, because I didn't want them to look around my room, right, see this,
and then
and go, that must be about 10 pence. When actually that actually cost me about £11 and actually is worth something.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because I'll tell you what that is that's a set of Top Trump cards. Do you remember Top Trump? Right? We used to play Top Trumps in the schools, when you used to have cars and say, I've got a Mercedes-Benz engine size 16cc, 16,000 ccc. What have you got? I've got a Morris Minor. It's got an engine size of 1,000 cc. I've won your card, blah, blah, blah. That was Top Trumps, right? So all I'm saying is people that aren't into our hobby would look at this stuff and go, what a load of junk.
Yeah.
And you go, that junk was my passion.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
Right? So that's the reason.
In a way, we have to accept that a lot of it.
I am dead jealous of someone like Man Movies. He's got a wife.
Yeah.
Right? He's got a partner, and he can share his passion with his partner. They can go and do things together, watch films together, all of that sort of stuff. My mother doesn't want to go and see Jaws. She's 83. She watches endless episodes of Frost and Heartbeat and all of that stuff. So I'm alone in my hobby unless I come on something like this and start talking to like-minded people about movies, right?
Yeah.
You tell me anybody that would constantly want to go to the cinema by themselves, or would they like a mix of going to the cinema by themselves when they feel like it, but would also like to go with a group of people and then talk about it afterwards over a pint? And I'm telling you now, I used to do that all the time, and I miss those days.
Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons I wouldn't go to cinema on my own.
I went to the pictures, right? No word of a lie. And I've told this story a million times, right? I went to see Forrest Gump with 4 people.
Yeah.
4 people, right? I was one of them. There was my friends. There was Kelly and Martin and one other.
Yeah.
And we came out of there and we all turned around and said, well, what did we think then, guys, about that? And I was going, it was great. I liked all the scenes and all of that sort of stuff. My other mate, he turned around and he said, I wonder how many feathers they had to chuck out of a plane to make it land at his foot. And we looked at him and he went,
oh dear,
you are? Seriously? Have you said? They said, they must have thrown out 60 to make that go across that bonnet and land at his feet. And it's degenerated, you daft sod. And he was going, was it? I thought that was real. I thought it looked realistic. We were going, you're having us on. There's no way you thought that was a real bloody feather. I'm turning around to you now. You must be the thickest bastard in the world if you think that you're going to let us. But that was the fun. We used to have banter like that all the time. I mean, I didn't like what some of my friends did. I remember coming out of the picture when Rocky was on. No, it wasn't. It was what was it called with Tom Hanks? It was with that dog. Turner and Hooch, right? Yeah. This was in the days where the queues would be climbing out, right?
That's right.
to watch the very first showing of it, right?
Yeah.
And we were working in an industry where we finished work at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we'd go in at 4 o'clock, right? And when we come out, the 8 o'clock, the people that were going to go and see it at 8 o'clock were all waiting outside. He, with our 3 other people, would walk straight past this queue and he'd say at the top of his voice, "Oh, wasn't it sad when the dog died at the end?"
Yeah.
And you see the faces and they go, "Thanks, you bastard." and he did this with Rocky. He said, "Oh, Rocky won this time." Fucking hell.
So,
he used to do that, going past them.
yeah.
He said, "I didn't like it when the Joker died at the end of Batman. Well, very, there he was lying on." And he'd be talking at the loudest part of his voice, and all these people would just be turning around going, "Oh, shit."
Yeah. It's terrible.
Because we came out of Back to the Future 2, and they said, "What does it mean to be concluded?" Right? So, of course, people were just turning around and going, "Oh, you mean there ain't an ending to this film? Jesus Christ." You know what I mean? And this was at a time there was no internet, you see.
Yeah.
So he used to love doing that, and I used to go, "You're going to get your face punched."
Yeah,
You really are going to get your face.
Yeah,
but he did it to annoy, and it was. It's funny to think back on now.
I presume then he came out of Empire Strikes Back, and we're going, "Oh well, blow me! I didn't know that."
What do you mean? Darth Vader's his father. What's all that now?
He'd have been doing that, wouldn't he?
Oh, I didn't see that coming.
Anyway, we've got Steve Wells saying, after recently seeing Keith's Euphoria Pictures recent video showing the Steelbook of Red Dawn, I just dug the Blu-ray out of the collection. I'm going to watch it tomorrow. I haven't seen it in years.
Oh well, that's the same one I've got then. This Red Dawn, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's why he showed it at the beginning. Yeah,
nice. He must have got it at the same time as me. I wonder what he thought of it. I haven't got round to watching everybody's stuff. You see, yet. I did watch Euphoria Pictures last week. I mentioned it in my blog. I said I've been there for a while, and I did see one of his movies. And it's great that I can slip back and watch something.
Yeah,
It's sometimes if you're watching something that you've already got yourself, then you go, "Well, what? I don't want to watch it because I want to open my own copy and see what's in it."
Yeah.
So it's a bit counterproductive. But that's great. I'm glad he's got this. I'm looking forward to watching it. As I said, I remember Leah Thompson and I remember Charlie Sheen. I'm not a big Patrick Swayze fan, although to be quite honest, I got great enjoyment watching Ghost on.
Oh God,
I'm watching. It was on Talking Pictures the other night.
Yeah, I love it. I love Ghost. Yeah. Right. Let's see. Charles. Charles says that must be beyond their intelligence. They want a passport for driving license only, Tony. We'd like to move abroad when we retire to escape the miserable winters. Yeah, I can see people doing that. Yeah.
Just don't take a set of screwdrivers with you.
Yeah. Si says, I know Delboy always goes on about bloody Jerry Goldsmith on those scores. But what are some of your favorite film soundtracks? They are, Delboy. Bloody, I agree. Bloody Jerry Goldsmith.
I did say at the end, anybody that actually knows me knows that Jerry Goldsmith is not my favorite composer. Does anybody know what my favorite composer is? So it's funny that you've actually said that, because my favorite composer is Georges Delerue. And a lot of people don't even know who Georges Delerue is. So go and Google it and you will find out who that person is and the type of scores that he did. It's absolutely fantastic. But I like John Barry. I like Ennio Morricone. I like all of those. It's just that Jerry Goldsmith tended to do the films that I was watching in the 80s, the Rambo films, he did an awful lot of, like, he did Alien, didn't he? And he did, The Omen Suite, and all of these sort of things just fitted into the type of films that I was watching, and his name just kept coming up on the screen. But there was this up and coming composer, John Williams, and he was doing the big stuff, Superman, Star Wars, all of these sorts of stuff. Great big epic double album type scores. And to be quite honest, whenever he did a score like Superman, Jerry Goldsmith would get Supergirl. You know what I mean? Right? So they tried to make a Supergirl, didn't they? And who did they get? They didn't get John Williams to do the score. They got Jerry Goldsmith to do the score. You know what I mean? He did the score to Legend and a load of other stuff, He's a prolific composer, Jerry Goldsmith, and he's done no end, and he didn't get enough respect, I think. That's all.
Yeah.
He won an Oscar. He won Oscars, but what I'm trying to say is whenever somebody says who's better, Jerry Goldsmith or John Williams, somebody will go, "Oh, John Williams is." But if you have a look, John Williams actually he actually plagiarizes stuff. His film score to Star Wars is mostly Mars the Planets by Holst. If you listen to it closely, the Imperial March is Holst the Planets, Mars, the bringer of war. Right? So all I'm saying is every score has got some type of plagiarism in it. It sounds similar to this and all of that sort of stuff. You can't, music is trapped within a certain bubble of what is musical and what is not. Otherwise, it's out of tune, and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So favorite film tracks, I've got so many. I love things like Halloween and Friday the 13th, and I like Escape from New York and They Live and all of those scores. But I also love Black Hole, and I love the James Bond themes, and I love Patton and Omen. And I'll tell you what, here's one for you if you want. Nobody really talks about this much anymore. Go and look on Google and download the first track of the film Medicine Man. It's by Jerry Goldsmith, right? Listen to that track and tell me, do you like that track or not? That track to me is gorgeous, right? An absolute gorgeous track, the main theme to Medicine Man with Sean Connery, right? I'll tell you a story about that track. I put that in my Technic CD player, right? And it cracked the cone of my speakers 2 minutes into that track. It cracked the whole dome of my speaker. It cost me over £300 to replace that speaker, right? Because of one CD. So there we are. But if you want to know Georges Delarue, some fantastic Georges Delarue tracks, Interlude, Rich in Love, Her Alibi, Steel Magnolias. There you are. There's a couple of tracks for you to look for on Georges Delarue. Like I said, I could talk to soundtracks forever. I'm boring everybody, but there's some favorite film soundtracks. Have you got just a couple yourself, Ian? I know you've got a various wide-ranging.
I'm not a massive soundtracks, but I do like, because it happens to be my favorite film, is the Dune 1989.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going to mention something like Get Carter or something like that, which is again fantastic.
I absolutely love that Dune soundtrack, which I've got in my collection. Absolutely love it, and I like Tangerine Dream, Firestarter.
Well, they did Legend as well. Remember, Tangerine Dream did Legend. Jerry Goldsmith did Legend. And in America, you'd get the Tangerine Dream score, and in Europe, you'd get the Jerry Goldsmith score.
Yeah.
And they released it twice. So you had two scores to that. It's amazing. Yeah. That happened an awful lot, actually. Somebody mentioned to me the other day how many albums Tangerine Dream has brought out. Tons.
It must be stacks. I dread to think.
I could never keep up. My favorite Tangerine Dream album is Le Parc.
Yeah.
And that's probably because it's got the Street Hawk theme on it, which is basically just it's just one of the tracks that are on there for New York's Central Park, isn't it? I think it's Park because it's French. But you know, Marv, they're a fantastic synth band. I love it. Not everything that they do I like. It's like not everything that Alan Parsons brought out did I like, but a lot of it I did. Turn of a Friendly Card, Ammonia Avenue. I can mention a million of them really that I actually love. But yeah, I literally thought you were going to say something like Get Carter, or you might have said 2001 because I know how much you love that film.
Oh God, yeah, we won't talk about that. Even hearing Strauss will bring back memories now of that film. Yeah, as much as I enjoy a good waltz.
But
I hear that now.
What I want you to think about here is when it comes to soundtracks, right? There's Rambo 1, there's Rambo 2, there's Rambo 3, right? And you can look at those 3 films and you can rank them in, oh, that's much better quality than that film. The first one is brilliant and all of that sort of stuff. The one thing that people don't talk about is which score is better. Because I tell you what, you play all 3 and it's gorgeous. Every single soundtrack. In fact, the score is probably the best thing about all 3 films, right? Because the third Rambo film, I think, is pretty dire. It's all right, but it's all about Afghanistan and all of this, and I'm not really into all of that sort of stuff. The first film is so quintessentially the best because it's one man that was pushed too far and a country that doesn't love him, which is a fantastic story when it gets out. But Jerry Goldsmith did this suite, and it's in every single one of the films. But like I say, if you were to ask me, do I like Jerry Goldsmith or do I like Ennio Morricone, I'd be hard pushed to choose. Ennio Morricone would probably just pip it because my dad loved him. My dad loved him. So I loved him. And, you know, he did all those weird instruments like, you know, flipping a comb to make it spring and go boing and all of this sort of stuff and chants, you know, whistles and all of that sort of stuff. It was great, you know. But you got to listen to Ennio Morricone's other films, gangster films and all of that. You'll recognize he was called the Maestro for a reason. He's called the Maestro. He's absolutely streets ahead of a load of other composers at the time. You know what I mean? So there you go. Anyway, that's a little section about soundtracks. We'll move on.
It's like if you ask me what's my favorite David Bowie album, I can talk about David Bowie.
What do you think of? I'll tell you what. Then, what do you think of David Bowie's last album before he died?
I think it's brilliant. I love the jazz feel to it, and he knew he was dying, and the lyrics in that Black Star is just. I think
they've pulled
an album.
I think
an album.
I think they've pulled a track off of his last album, Citron, and they're running with it in their adverts at the moment. It's something about it's about something about chicken or eating chicken or something.
I've not seen that.
Right? It's really weird, right?
Yeah.
But I like David Bowie, but I must admit I'm a bit of a classic type person. I like things like Is There Life on Mars and all of that sort of stuff.
Well, a lot of people would say his best run is in the 70s and just into the 80s. But the thing about David Bowie, he was so good at changing his music styles. He was always interested in lots of different music.
I thought the best way to talk about David Bowie is to say he always liked to push the envelope.
He was brilliant. He didn't like to stay still.
He got itchy feet. Yeah.
He wanted to move on.
I'm into glam. I'm not into glam, and he just kept going on and on and on. Right?
And it was brilliant how he developed. Yeah. But anyhow, David Bowie is another subject. But he's one of my favorite all-time artists. I just think he's a genius, David Bowie. Anyhow, Right. So Tony says, Jamie, do you anticipate some or all of your additions will increase in value due to rarity in years to come? I don't know. I think that's an interesting question because it's the rarity and the value is among the collectors, isn't it?
Yeah.
Against the man in the street, they wouldn't give a.
It's what you can get. It's what you can get for it, isn't it? At the end of the day, if you're a collector and you're looking for this, and somebody's got it in their collection, and they know that you really want it, then they can say 100 quid, and they'll probably get it. Right? It's like, oh bloody hell, I wasn't expecting you to say that, but I really, really want it. So 100 quid, here you go.
Yeah. That's why
it's what you get away with, isn't it?
Yeah, you could go into a charity shop and find some absolutely great finds because, say somebody's died and the partner doesn't know the value of any of these things, they're not really interested in it, and they've just donated it to a charity shop, and they might have had some absolutely superb things. My thing is, I'm trying to do this with my son. He's trying to say to him, look, you could get money for these. Don't just get rid of them. Don't, when I'm gone, you might be able to get something for them. But a lot of people, for our benefit in a way, because we'll go in a charity shop and find some bargains, just put stuff in a charity shop.
What I'm going to do is, I've just noticed it's 10:20. I just want to check on my mum because she goes to bed.
That's fine.
I will be back in 5 minutes, but you carry on talking, please. Because
I'll carry on with. Do you want me to carry on with comments?
Yes, please.
The next comment is 8:29.
Literally, I'm only going to be 5 minutes. That's all. So
I'll carry on with comments, and then if there's anything. Yeah. Right. Right. You never know, Tony, but they'll definitely fetch more than a standard Blu-ray. I think collecting. It's an interesting thought about collecting. As I say, in the future, what we value, the next generation may just are not interested in physical media. A lot of them are not, and they won't have any value, which is interesting, isn't it? Because all our collections will just disappear, and that's it. That's why I always say, I think there's a very good point here that all these wonderful collections that everybody has got here, you should enjoy your collections because in the end, this is it. It's your collection. You put it together. I mean, I do. I enjoy looking around. I love going into the other room and looking on the shelves, all that I've got. Partly as well because I forget what I've got as well. I'm not very organized. I'm pretty bad, really. Somebody who's supposedly an ex-librarian. I've got them all in alphabetical order, but I should have them down so I could look on my phone or something and do all that stuff. But God, it'd be so daunting to do all that. But I have got them in alphabetical order. But I just love my collection like that, and that's my enjoyment, even though it's probably all end up in landfill. So all I say to people is that enjoy your collections because you don't know. They're for now. We're not some archivists, we're not some great library or great protectors. We can't be, unfortunately. That's how life is, and that's why I always say enjoy what you've got now. And I do enjoy my collection as well as my CDs because I've got a stack of CDs, and that's what you do. That's all I can say, really. But if you need money, then sell things. If you do need anything and want to get them, then if you've got something valuable, sell it and get the best price you can for it. I don't blame anybody for doing that, but generally a lot of them just enjoy what you've got. That's what I do. I love my collection, absolutely love it. You look at it and think, wow, fantastic. And what you can watch and the variety of stuff. Like I was saying about music, I'm looking there. I've got loads of music videos and all that stuff, and I enjoy looking at music. You know, loads of music DVDs and watching groups and everything. You know, singers and that. And there's just loads of aspects to the collection that I enjoy, and that's how it should be. That's what you should do. Just enjoy what you've got, you know. Anyhow, Stephen Moore says, Muckman Movies, I thought you was going to say the miserable buggers then. Miserable buggers. I've told my partner, if I ever die, then do the research on the value of my collection and not selling it to an opportunist scalper. Well, if that is, or if they do that, that will be fantastic. But there's nothing you can do about it.
Everybody entertained, but I'll tell you what, I've just seen my mum. She said, by the way, this turned up today. I went, oh, bloody hell, you got. She said, when did this turn up? She said, oh, I don't know, about 1 o'clock this afternoon. I went, why did you tell me? Right? I got all excited. I opened it up. No word of a lie. Look. Got 2 of these now. Look, I've got 2 bloody Deal books. Look, I mean, Jesus Christ, how many bloody times am I going to have flipping duplicates turn up?
What film is that?
Venom, The Last Dance. I've got another bloody duplicate now. So again, you know, you can you can have that. I suppose. No idea if I've been charged for it. I suppose what I'll do tomorrow is I'll find out if I've been charged, and if I haven't been charged,
keep them. Yeah,
that's going to Muckman as a thank you for his little video.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah,
I haven't watched it today.
Yeah,
but I will watch it after this at midnight, I suppose.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if he doesn't want it, then I'll choose you. But I know that you given up on Marvel a little bit. I could give it to Tony and say, you little bastard. I've sent you something. You sent me, you bastard. Or something. But
I'm bad with Marvel, but it's just, you know, maybe this Fantastic Four film might get my interest again, but I don't know. I saw it, and there were people going really excited about it, but I've got to a point where I wasn't that excited by the trailer I saw. But we'll see anyhow.
Now, Tony has actually said something that I'll never do, and I'm reading the comments at the bottom because I can see it down here. Right. If you see me look up, I'm not looking at comments. I'm looking at something else. But he's put, why don't you do it when you get to a certain subscriber target, give it away to someone? You'll tend to find that I won't do that because that breaches YouTube's laws in regards to competitions, giving away and all sorts of stuff. For me to give that away, I have to ask the question, where do you live? And there's a copyright protection law that says that you're not supposed to know, and you're supposed to disclose that you will destroy personal ID information, like any business has to do. Like, do you know these days you can't run a grand national sweepstake in a business anymore because you've got to have a gambling license, right? Even though it's just a bloody sweepstake that's between your team members, right? It's a bloody stupid world we live in, right? But when I see some of my friends doing competitions and stuff, I keep telling them, you've got to put the disclaimer that YouTube has put up to all YouTube people that says you're not supposed to do that. And if you do, YouTube are not affiliated with your channel in any way, and that YouTube are not liable for anything that goes wrong in regards to you not getting it breaking and all of that sort of stuff. And it's all to do with copyright law. And I just don't go down that. I just don't go down that.
I know it's a lot of people. There are a lot of channels that do competitions.
Yeah, if you see any of them doing that, and you look at their description in their channel, and they haven't put this, this is not associated with YouTube in any way, shape, or form, then YouTube can shut your channel down.
Wow, then you don't want that. No.
Now, I gave things away to things like you and Muckman and all of that because, to be quite honest, they're friends. And I don't even ask their address in YouTube. I say, you got to contact me by email or through another medium like Discord where they don't have that policy, and then I'll send it to them. Right? I'm quite happy to do that. Right? But you won't see me doing a competition or a giveeway. I couldn't risk all of my 2.5 hour blogs every weekend.
Of course,
gone because I broke a law that I wasn't even aware of.
I totally understand. You don't want all that ruined. Definitely. Right. Let's have a look. Tony says, Jamie, I guess it would go either way. Maybe interest in physical media items will diminish. They won't be worth a great deal. Or rarity value will make them a valuable asset. Jamie says, I sold a Vinegar Syndrome Giallo box set last year for more than I paid for it. I didn't really like the films, so it was worth passing it on. Well, I think that's fair enough. That's all right. There's no wrong with that. No wrong with that at all.
I suppose if I was a bit short of money, I'd sell my stuff. I'd go down that route. But I prefer to make my friends happy by saying, look, would you get any appreciation out of this?
Yeah.
Now, I'm pretty sure that nobody wants that Venom. To be quite honest, I've got it because I've got the other two. All it is that for some unknown reason, I've got another copy. I might have accidentally ordered it through Amazon and HMV by mistake or something, because they crop up on Facebook and they have links, and I can't remember sometimes whether I've ordered it or not. I've already said this year I'm being very choosy.
Yeah, you did,
right? Now,
actually, I don't think it's. I think a lot of people have been mentioning that they're not now ordering willy-nilly everything, are they? Right. People are perhaps being a bit more careful, I think, in what they're ordering.
It was Denny that told me about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and all of that. I knew nothing about it, right? I actually got a feed this week that I know that there's a lot of videos out there. Don't get me wrong, and I don't have no problem with them talking about the Nightmare on Elm Street 7-disc. The 14
there
disc.
Was a lot,
200 pound steelbooks. Right? Now, I like Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
I personally haven't pre-ordered that, and yet I would have been last year going, I'm all over that.
You gotta have that,
right. I'm all over that. I've picked up the good, the bad, and the ugly because they're in the 40 quid bracket, the 24 pound bracket.
Yeah, fair enough.
These are going to come out and they're going to be lovely. Don't get me wrong. But I think Euphoria Pictures, I did actually watch his vid channel on this. He turned around and talked about it. And he said he's ordered it. But he also said, look, Superman came out and it was 110 quid, right? It was individually numbered. There was only 200,000 and everything. But I tell you what, you can buy that now still for 60 quid if you go to Amazon Italy. It's still about.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I'm thinking to myself, do you know what? 200 quid, I'll tell you now, that would be a big chunk of my wages.
Yeah, it is.
I've got the first one.
Yeah.
That came out as a numbered edition. And now you can get the others in 4K. And I'm going, do you know what? I'm really tempted. But I'm also looking now as a realistic this year. And this year I've had to turn around and go, do you know what? If this would have been individual ones, it would have still come to 200 quid.
Yeah.
But I might have had more of a chance of doing that. But £200 is a flat right now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to have to take a gamble on this one. I want it. I think it's overpriced by about 60 quid. By about 60 quid.
Yeah.
If I see that for 140 quid, I'll snap it up.
Yeah.
If I don't, then I'm not going to get buyer's remorse.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, for me personally, if I look at the big three films, Friday the 13th, Halloween, and Nightmare on Elm Street. For me, Nightmare on Elm Street has not got as many good films as the other two. I mean, the others, okay, you can argue over brilliance, but even, Friday the 13th, absolutely love even the weaker films.
Yeah, I love that.
Don't feel that Nightmare on Elm Street as much love. I think the films are not as good. I think the first one is very good. It's excellent. The third one, I think, is quite good, but I don't see much else beyond that.
Yeah.
They're all right. They're watchable, but they're not as good. So if I was being, choosy with money and that, I would be thinking, I don't think they're value for money.
I think with that series, it's more a nostalgia trip.
Yeah.
I have to say. I'm with you a little bit. I didn't like the second film. I liked the third film.
Third one's better.
Can't remember much. Well, the third one was all over the Sun newspaper saying Freddy is back, and it's even better than the first film. The second film was a minor disaster, and the third one is so much better. And people went to the cinema and agreed and said, "What a great film!"
Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, I don't remember too much about fourth, fifth, sixth.
I don't think it's strong. I think it's the weakest.
I remember seeing Freddy versus Jason and a number of other things.
Yeah.
But to me, Friday the 13th is a much better series than Freddy.
Is. Yeah, even the weaker ones you remember of Friday the 13th. Whereas Freddy, can you remember all those others? There's somewhere they're unforgettable. You don't remember them.
I'm not going to poo-poo anybody that goes, "Oh, it's my favorite film series."
Yeah, there are people who enjoy it. I agree. Yeah.
It's what you like. But I saw the price. People are saying that's just a price holder. It will be cheaper than that. I'm going, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
But do remember that last year I pre-ordered Interstellar for £99.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Thinking it was a price holder. And when it came through, it was £99. It was not cheap.
Yeah.
And I don't have buyer's remorse that I spent £99 on that because I love Interstellar. It's a gorgeous film.
Yeah.
Right? But it's one film for £99. And this is 7 films for 200. And you'd think to yourself, it's a no-brainer then.
Yeah.
But what you have to understand is I only really remember the first, third, and I think the fourth. Might have been the fifth, actually, that I remember.
People don't remember the others.
And so it's a big outlay. If I was still in this industry like I was not last year, but the year before, where I was going on a lot of chat channels and all of this sort of stuff, I'd have been buying that without even...
I know. Yeah. I think everybody's got to.
I wouldn't even be blind. I'd just be going, instant, right?
Well, I'm sure when this came up, there'd be people instantly putting a pre-order in. I'm sure there were loads of people putting pre-order.
I'm really am looking forward to all of those people that have pre-ordered having a fantastic time with it, because
I'm sure they will if they like it.
That's what we're here for, to share our enjoyment about it, right? I am not looking forward to people that are poo-pooing it before it even comes out. I am not looking forward to people that are saying that people are stupid for pre-ordering it because it's a stupid price and all of this sort of stuff. What I'm saying is I'm having to now be choosy. That's all I'm saying. And I had to bulk at the price a little bit. And I think Euphoria Pictures said it best. Look, don't get into buyer's remorse. If you can afford it and it's something that you really want, do it. He wants it, so he's going to. And I think that was the best advice anybody can have. And that proves to you that I'm still watching, by the way, his channel. It will be in my blog. It's just at the moment I got so many channels that I watch now. Is your channel, Steve's channel, my friend Rob's gaming channel, Down the Rabbit Hole. I got so many that I can't watch now other fringe stuff. Do you know what I mean? It gets too much, you know? And so where I used to watch all 5 videos that might come out, I might now only watch 1 or 2, or none. And if it's something that I've already got something that's coming my way that week, then I'm going to myself, I've got other stuff to watch.
Yeah,
so,
well, it is. I mean,
I'll wait until my copy comes along, and I'll just open it. I don't need to spend 30 minutes.
When you look at recommendations on your YouTube, sometimes videos come up. You think, "Oh, that looks interesting," and you watch that, so you get distracted.
Well, there was a documentary.
You've only got so long to watch.
There was a documentary.
You can't watch every video.
A documentary that came up on my YouTube feed that was Randall and Hopkirk, Only You, Jeff. It was basically.
So you would have been straight on that.
Randall and Hopkirk, and how the remake that was done with Vic and Bob years later was nowhere near even at the heart of the original, even though they were fans of it, right?
Yeah.
It's a 50-minute documentary. Now, I don't care, right? I'll watch that, but it takes me away from watching a 10-minute one by another channel. You see what I mean? I can't watch them all. I go to work.
You can't. No.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to watch a film at night because I'd be doing watching YouTube stuff.
You could theoretically just end up watching everything on YouTube and not even getting around to watching.
I would be the stupid person that wouldn't be reviewing films anymore. I'd be reviewing YouTube channels. That's all I watch.
Yeah. You could end up doing that.
That might be a niche market. I don't know, right? But what I'm saying is, I'd rather watch actually a film than a YouTube.
There are people who I think are just cashing in. I've noticed it perhaps more on Americans, but obviously some English YouTubers do it, where they do these so-called reaction videos. It's lazy making. They just put on a video that they're watching, stop it every so often and say, "Oh yes, he's saying this, he's saying that, we'll point this out to you." What lazy YouTube making. But people like it and they get big views. There's my rant.
I will tell you this, and I've got no problem with saying right now, I do not watch any more negative people talking about something that's not even out yet. Right?
Yeah.
I do not watch that anymore, right? And I do not. And I try to stay away from people that are saying AI's been used to enhance.
I stay well away from all that.
And I have an opinion where that is all wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, it's about the film. I've got the picture quality. It's going to be as good as what the film stock was. I am not going to go down that rabbit hole of all that crap and be negative towards something that I haven't seen myself. If somebody does ask me a question and says, "What do you think of the picture quality of Blade Runner?" Right, I will give them an honest answer, and I'd say, "Do you know what? That used to be my reference disc. It's not anymore, but basically, it's still a good whatever." Blah 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 blah. I'll do that, right? But I ain't going to turn around and say, "Oh, and I remember when that came out, and all these channels came out and said it was a big pile of shit, the picture quality. And when I looked at it, I thought it was a big pile of shit myself, and blah blah blah." Because I tell you now. To give the one that got the most highlight last year, right? Jaws 3. Right?
Oh yeah.
I got sick of seeing the videos of Jaws 3, and I got sick of the people that were turning around as protecting it, and I got sick of the people that were poo-pooing it.
That's right, both ways.
At the end of the day, Jaws 3 was done on the lowest priced film stock you could ever get. It had optical effects that were bloody awful, even back then. Yeah. And when you put it on 4K, it looks absolutely, it stands out how bad the special effects are. However, it is still a good 4K disc because it is HDR. The colors do pop. And if you like Jaws 3, it's the best version that you're ever going to see for you in your life, right?
I know there were people...
film if you like Jaws 3. Just don't go on about, "Oh, I saw the faces and they look like Planet of the Apes."
That's right. It was getting silly. It was getting very, very silly. I agree. And we better move on. Del, when's your next gaming series video starring your lazy oaf?
He knows I do gaming. Mugman Movies has come on board. I'm waiting for somebody else to come back to me because they've taken a hiatus. He was my friend, but he's taken a couple of months off. I need to know whether he wants to stay on as a friend and offer me a game, or he's actually taking all of it away and he doesn't want to be bothered. Because I need to have a certain amount of people that will be able to, when I tell them at a moment's notice, you need to give me a game, they're there, and that I can contact them. I can't go to my friend who's taking a hiatus, send him a message saying, I need a game for tomorrow, mate. And he comes back a week later. Oh, I didn't see your message. Because that just stops me dead. So I need to send that message out to all my friends saying, can you guarantee that you can do this when I ask you at any point? Because the one thing I can't do, this is what I need people to understand. I don't want people to give me 7 games right now and I play them, and I know what the 7 games are. The idea is that I don't know what the game is until the day that I'm playing it, so I don't cheat and get better at the game and then go on there and I can bloody finish the damn thing, right? The very nature of them giving it me the day before means I've got no chance of practice on tonight, and you can see me being shit at it, right? It's the shock value of me playing a game from 40 years ago, and I haven't played it in 40 years, and I look like a damn idiot because I die every 15 seconds. That's the whole point. If you give me all 7 games, the first ones that you're going to give me, I'm going to be shit at, but by the time I get to the 7th game, I've been practicing it for about 3 weeks. So it wouldn't work. So I need them to tell me what the game is the day before. So that's it. That's the reason. So, yes, Steve, you're quite right. I will be starting that possibly next week. But I'm just waiting for a few replies.
Okay. Right. We've got Jamie. I honestly don't think physical media will die. A proportion of humans will always want to collect movies. I've seen on YouTube rebuilding their collection after regretting selling it to stream. Yeah, I've seen that when people say they've regretted it and then just start up again.
It's records all over again, selling their records to get CDs, then going, oh, I wish I hadn't sold those, and then trying to get it all back. It's a cycle that we've seen a million times. It doesn't have to be records. It could be films, records, games. People had Commodore 64s and tapes and tapes and tapes of games, sold them. Then emulation came along, and then suddenly YouTube exploded with people buying Commodore 64s for 10 quid on eBay and going, oh, I want my tape collection back. I ain't got my tapes anymore. Where am I going to get the games from? And there you are. They're buying them again on flea markets and car boot sales and anywhere else they can get them from, because they want to relive how they were as a kid, going upstairs to their bedroom and loading up a game or listening to a music track on a record, not on a CD, because they remember buying it from Woolworths for 99 pence off of a spinner rack and all of that sort of stuff. It's the very nature of being a collector. Being a collector it's the very nature. So brilliant. Such a good thing to say, what McMahon said there. It is the circle of life for collectors. That basically statement there.
Yeah, that's good. Let's see. Oh, next one. Oh, hello, Murph. Thank you for joining us from the Philippines, of course. Hello, guys, especially to you, Ian. I enjoy watching your discussions. Thank you.
Oh, no, this especially to you, Ian. Of
course. Why not?
Chopped liver. 43 episodes I've been here now. What's going on?
She knows a good thing, you say.
Yeah, thanks. I still say thanks here, but it's with regret now.
Anyhow, thank you, Murph, for joining us. Thank you.
Bye,
always pleased to see you. I'll see you later. Anyhow, Tony says, Jamie, Forgotten Giallo. They've released 5 or 6 of those now, I think. I only have one set, the cheaper version without the box. Had most of the others on single, DVD, Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Right. Steve Moore says my collection will probably get donated to the local council after I've gone. Nice.
I've heard that a good place to put some of your films and stuff these days is actually donating them to your local library.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I've heard libraries are now looking at the physical film media, like when Blockbusters went under, to actually rent those out. I don't know whether all libraries do, but I've heard that that's something to consider because they will archive them and keep them.
Yeah,
like books.
Yeah, I could do that. Get my son maybe to donate some stuff because I've got some valuable signatures and that autographs of different various people, which might be worth something to people who might like to see it. So that could be something. Yeah. And then we've got Steve's Gaming, Ian Dell, Kenneth Moore. What are your memories of him? And what do you think was his best film? Kenneth Moore, great actor. He made a lot of really good films. I think one of his best roles is when he plays Douglas Bader. Douglas Bader was a Second World War pilot who lost his legs. And he continued to fly. And he is superb in that role. I think it's called, is it Reach for the Sky? I think that's what it's called, the film.
I remember he was in that, but I don't know.
I always remember that film because it was based on a true story. So that's how Kenneth Moore always sticks in my mind. A film like that, just superb. I'll just choose that one.
Yeah,
great actor.
You see, two stick out for me. Man in the Moon.
Yeah.
And Battle of Britain.
Yeah, Battle of Britain, of course. Everybody was in that.
He's been in hundreds.
Yeah.
No, and I can see his face now.
Yeah.
But it's that sticker shock thing again of somebody's asked you a question and you're going, right, and I'm going, I don't know quite what all of the other ones are called and all of this. But Battle of Britain is an easy one, isn't it? Man in the Moon, because it's science fiction. I remember I remember all of those things like the mouse, like even The Mouse That Roared, all those all of those films I remember seeing. So of course I remember that one because it's science fiction. But he's been, was he in I think he was in one when I was a kiddie, The Slipper in the Rose.
Oh, could have been. Do you remember him in A Night to Remember?
See, that rings the bell.
With the Titanic.
Right.
Yeah. It's great. I've got that film.
I'll tell you what, I bet you I saw that in the 70s when I was off, on a bank holiday or whatever it was. I bet you any money I've seen it.
I've got you can get it quite cheap, I think, on Blu-ray. I've got a Blu-ray copy of it. It's a great film.
Is it worth getting? Yeah.
Yeah, it's if you like Titanic films, it's one of the best Titanic films. It's really good. A Night to Remember, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Of course, somebody's just put down here. We talked many times about the 39 Steps. Of course, he's in the 39 Steps.
Yeah.
So that's I can only give you two.
I've just seen some awful. I'm just getting rid of these. Have you seen that we've got a blooming troll in?
Oh, they said something nasty about me, have they?
Yeah, all sorts. I feel like swearing, but I'm not going to swear, but I feel like telling them to. I'm just going to ignore them.
Oh, okay.
Block it. Can I block them? How do I block buggers?
Unless they've already been done by Tony.
Ban, I'm banned. I'll put that. Yeah, I've got rid of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, so
I'm not having that. I'm not having that. No bloody way.
You can tell me.
Sorry about that. But
you can tell me later.
Yeah. Right. Let's see. Yeah. We got Charles saying, I've just released I can't multitask listening to Dell and type at the same time. Yeah. Jamie says, yes, Tony, the Forgotten Giallo sets. It was the first box set I sold. I have 2 more box sets to watch and will likely sell them on as they only warrant a one-time watch. Yeah, the one-time watch is an interesting thing about collections.
Yeah.
Muckman says, blimey, Delboy's getting promoted with 15 viewers on. Well done, Ian. Oh, that's when I was shouting out about yes. To subscribe to you, whoever. The fact is, I have to sell some stuff on because I'm severely running out of space and don't want my house cluttered. It's everybody's favorite thing, the space. Yeah. Tony, with regard to Kenneth Moore, Northwest Frontier 1959 just got a Spanish Blu-ray. Now there's a DVD going spare. Oh, that's nice.
All right.
And Steve Moore says, I watched The General's Daughter starring John Travolta at the weekend. Good film. Yeah. I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, but John Travolta in that.
General's Daughter, it rings a bell, but
yeah. Where was it? I've always been put off that film, Stephen. Yeah. Delboy, what do you think of the Fantastic Four trailer?
Oh, I have seen it. Let me think. I found it an unusual trailer, to be quite honest, because it's one of those trailers that really doesn't tell you too much. So that's quite good. The one thing I knew about going into the Fantastic Four trailer when it came up was it's based in the 60s. So I appreciated the color scheme and how it looked. Right, that was quite good. But has it got me excited? I can tell you that now, no. I'm not excited by it. Am I going to watch it? Possibly. You know, it's a Marvel film. Fantastic Four is something that I remember as a kid. And to be quite honest, I love Jack Kirby work. It all depends on whether they do it in the spirit or not. We've had a couple of Fantastic Four movies so far. We've had 3 that I could name. Well, 4 that I could name of. You've got Roger Corman. You've got 2 that came out in the early 2000s. And then you got the reboot that came out that was shockingly bloody awful, to be quite honest. So this Fantastic Four, you've got to remember, if you look back at those other productions, they've all missed the mark because they didn't take the essence of what the book is. If they've learnt their lessons, this is going to be a good film. If they haven't learnt their lessons, it's going to be shit. So I'm not going to be negative. As I said before, I haven't seen the film. I've only seen the trailer. So I'm going to turn around and say, let's look forward to June and see what happens. There might be absolutely nothing on in that month, and I'll look forward to that. You know, it might be a really good film, and I'm going to have my opinion of it when I've seen it. So maybe you can come down south and we'll watch it together. How's that? We'll put you up in a bed so you can travel back. There's an offer. But yeah, I'd like to know what your thoughts are of the Fantastic Four trailer. If you're still around, that'd be really good. I'm not excited, but I'm also I'm in the mind that I think Marvel can't afford to have a third reboot of a film and it to be a disaster. They've got to be very careful with this one.
Yeah. There's a lot riding on it, isn't there? Yeah. There's a lot.
So, you know, that's how I look at it. They're not stupid, but at the end of the day, sometimes they just don't listen.
Yeah.
We'll see if they've listened.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Try and be positive. Yeah, I know. It's easy for me to be very negative and that, but yeah, let's try and be positive on this one.
I'm going to try and be positive. Saying it like
that. Steve Moore says, Muckman Movies, it's good. Another good film worth checking out is Basic. That is a good film as well. Cute. Films I've watched this week: Silver Bullet, Murder by Decree, and Companion. I really enjoyed Companion.
You see, there's a film, Companion, being mentioned several times. It's one that we sort of should sort of like write down and go, do you know what? You can't have so many people talk about the same film and not go prick your ears up and go, ooh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I haven't seen Companion, so
yeah.
Silver Bullet I've seen.
Yeah. Oh, years ago. I'm not
years ago.
Murder by Decree I've got. I think if it's the same one, the Christopher Plummer, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson one.
Yeah.
I think it is. I may
By
be
the
wrong.
way, Cy Rob just given an answer to what we're doing now, so I'm just going to say it quite quickly. He said he's excited to see Galactus and intrigued to see who John Malkovich is playing. I looked at that John Malkovich and I instantly thought he was the Red Ghost. So that's a character in Fantastic Four in the very early days. The Red Ghost was somebody that went up in the same ship that the Fantastic Four went in, got hit by the same rays that turned them into heroes, but he had monkeys in his ship, and those monkeys developed powers. So the Red Ghost sounds like a likelihood with that beard and everything. That looks very much like who that's going to be. It's the Red Ghost. Galactus, so glad to see that Galactus looks like it's the one from the comic book. The one that was in the films was a cloud. Bloody hell. Right? In the comics, he's a great big massive person that eats worlds. Right? He had a cloud. He's a celestial being. You know what I mean? So anyway, I don't want him to wait all the way to the end to know my answer on that. So John Malkovich, I think, is the Red Ghost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charles says, Tony Hawk Northwest Frontier was selling in a pound shop last year. I bought 3 copies. Oh, wow. Yeah. But one question, favorite courtroom drama film?
Oh, 12 Angry Men.
The one I always love, but I suppose you do count it as a courtroom drama, is To Kill a Mockingbird. I just think it's such a good film, To Kill a Mockingbird.
I mean, there's the one with Jack Nicholson in, isn't there, and Tom Cruise?
What's it called? Something about good men, is it?
Yeah, A Few Good Men. That's
A Few Good Men. That's it. Yeah.
I saw this year, and I told you I was going to send you a copy, but unfortunately, it's a multi-language one.
Yeah.
Juror number 2.
Yes. Yeah. That's been mentioned quite a bit.
I thought that was all right. Yeah. I thought you'd get a great enjoyment out of that.
Yeah.
I tell you what. How about here's one out the ballpark that nobody would have thought of.
Yeah.
Star Trek 6: The Undiscovered Country.
Yeah. I may have another one.
You tell me that that's not out of left field, because
it is left field, that scene, and when Michael Dorn actually plays surprise, surprise, a Klingon in it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's not Worf.
Plays his dad or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But it's got a courtroom scene in it where they are trialing Kirk and McCoy for the death of the Chancellor Kang or Jang or whatever. Courtroom, still courtroom. Don't give a shit. You can't say I was wrong.
Oh dear.
I think you're right with To Kill a Mockingbird's a great one.
Yeah. Isn't the
12 Angry Men will always be in my heart because it's just such a great. It's not really a courtroom though; it's more a deliberation by the, by the people about the court, what happened in the court.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, can I turn around and say one of my favorite TV programs is Crown Court?
Oh, right, yeah. Is there a film, I'm sure, with Bogart in called The Caine Mutiny? Isn't that a courtroom drama as well?
No, I don't know so much about Bogart. You'd know more.
I've got a feeling it is. It's a good one. It's a good one where I'm sure we see what happens with the mutiny, and then it goes into court. I'm remembering that.
I know there's a courtroom with Gene Hackman in. I'm just trying to think of what the title's called though, because Gene Hackman is in it. You see, many people will say of a film that's got a part courtroom scene. What I think is a favorite courtroom drama film is one that's all set in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Where it's mostly courtroom. It's not about anything else other than people in a courtroom talking about something about what happened in the courtroom. So, you know what I mean? That's why A Few Good Men really is all about the people and about the courtroom scene. And 12 Angry Men really might be classed as not courtroom drama because you only see that in the first 10 minutes. The rest is all deliberated, isn't it? Talking about what went on in the courtroom.
Ah, yeah. I'm just looking at this Caine Mutiny is 1954.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Humphrey Bogart. Yeah.
Is that film an hour and a half long and an hour and 20 minutes set in a court?
It's 2 hours, 4 minutes set in a what? Virtually.
How much of it is filmed in a court?
I don't know, quite a lot. I would imagine it might show the setup, but I know it is quite a big lot. It's years since I seen this film, but I just remember it. Yeah.
I think you've got the ones. I mean, there's A Few Good Men, there's Kill a Mockingbird, there's 12 Angry Men, and you've just mentioned that one. I don't know how many others there are out there, but those during number 2 I've mentioned as a recent one, so I think we've covered a few there. Don't you think?
Looking at this Caine Mutiny, it'll show what happened, and then it'll go to the courtroom. I think it'll probably show the mutiny, but it's mainly taken up with the court case. But I'm sure it'll show what happened. Yeah. Anyhow, let's get on to the next one. Let's have a look. Stephen Moles. I watched Watchers as well, starring Corey Haim and Michael Ironside, which is a good film. That is Watchers 2, starring Mark Singer as well. Mark Singer. Oh, V.
We haven't heard of it. Yeah, Christ, Mark Singer. He was in a baseball. The first time I saw Mark Singer, he was in a baseball film, I think.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh.
Sai says, Mukman Movies, I'm going to watch Companion tomorrow. I've not seen anything but the teaser trailer. I'm going in blind to it. Oh, well. That's a good.
Do you know what? I'm so jealous actually of Sai doing that. I haven't seen too many films blind.
Yeah,
I ought to take more of a jump like Sai's doing.
Yeah,
I think too many of us don't want to invest in something, go and see it, and come away not enjoying it, and so we spend too much of our time. Going, I'm not going to go and see that because I've heard reviews about it. I'm gonna spend a lot more time, I think, taking a leap of faith on a film that I've never heard of and go and see it.
Yeah.
I might be wrong in doing that, but we'll see.
Tony says, Charles, yes, the DVDs are easy to get hold of. They only seem to be US or continental Blu-ray editions. A film of his I enjoyed recently was The Comedy Man. He plays a struggling actor.
Ah.
Right. And Mukman movies. Best thing, Si, don't watch the full trailer. Yeah. Si, Mukman movies. Does 12 Angry Men count as a courtroom? If so, I would say.
Well, there we go. I was just saying that. I was going. Then I reversed on myself and said, actually, you only see 10 minutes.
Right. Of course, Jamie says, other than 12 Angry Men, To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, he's got that. I love Billy Wilder's Witness for the Prosecution.
Oh, no, how could I not have Witness for the Prosecution? You know how much I love Billy Wilder, with the apartment, some Like It Hot, and all of those. Yeah, of course, Witness for the Prosecution. What a great what a great one to mention there. Yeah. I like that. I should have mentioned that. Bloody hell.
I'm trying to think. Anyway, I was saying, there is a few. The more you start thinking about these, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll be here till 2 o'clock. We'll be
here till 2 o'clock. Yeah, there is more around. Primal Fear is a decent courtroom-based film.
I think I've seen that.
Stratford Johns is good in Softly, a milder early version of Regan. Madding Crowd is on Studio Canal Vintage Classic Blu-ray, and thank you, Tony. Absolutely.
Johns, wasn't he also in? But did we talk about him as being the gangster bloke who was in Budgie, or was it the other one, Shelley?
No, it was another bloke, Ian Cuthbertson.
Oh, that's right. I get the two sometimes mixed up in my head because they look sort of like similar build. You know what I mean? But anyway, as you know, I thought he looked like the vegan. He looked like the vegan war bloke from Hitchhiker's Galaxy. Anyway, so there you are.
A Few Good Men is great too. Yeah, that's the one we did mention that one. Yeah,
you can't handle the truth. Yeah.
Comedy Man, Tony, doesn't ring a bell for me. McMahon, Primal Fear is great. Agreed. I like Jagged Edge. That's one I was trying to think of. Yeah, Jagged Edge. The first time you see that,
I'll tell you what. I'm going to have to look it up because I want to know what that Gene Hackman one is.
Yeah. Jagged Edge, first time you watch it, it's an amazing film. You think you've got it all sorted.
There we are.
At the end, it really shows you right at the end what. Oh, it's brilliant. I won't say any more in case anybody.
Just so you know, it was either Runaway Drury or Class Action that I was thinking of. But I tell you now, I'm going to throw another one in that I always think is an absolutely fantastic one. My Cousin Vinny.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that is good.
I like comedy courtroom dramas.
Yeah.
My Cousin Vinny, there you are. That's out the dark, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyhow, Jamie Macman.
But Dustin Hoffman is in with that Gene Hackman one that I was talking about. That's why I remember it, because it's got Gene Hackman is such a great actor, and Dustin Hoffman is obviously up in there, isn't he? So,
how Jack Nicholson didn't win the best supporting actor for A Few Good Men is baffling.
Do you know what? I can't think of the year who won the best supporting actor. Yeah.
I enjoyed the courtroom scene at the opening of The Pure Hell of St. Trinian's 1980. That's a good comedy. One of those St. Trinians. I know you like them, Tony.
And don't tell me you've got it in a box ready to send to the post to this bastard here.
Anatomy of a Fall is very good. Definitely recommended that one. I've never seen Anatomy of a Fall. And Jamie says, Kat saying, I've seen that one, Tony.
Doesn't ring bells with me.
Yeah. A Time to Kill is one of my favorite courtroom dramas. I go back to that film on a regular basis.
Yeah, I've seen A Time to Kill.
Yeah. love those old Saint Trinian films. I know you do. You mention them a lot.
I've seen a lot of. I used to love the St. Trinian films.
Yeah.
I just don't remember the titles of them all. There's Bells of St. Trinians, and I remember, having, the George Cole in them and all of that as the slippery Sid character, and the Fly Boy and all of that sort of stuff. I know that we made two modern remakes, which must have worked at the time, but again,
I can't remember modern remakes.
Oh, yeah. Oh God, yeah. They had David Tennant in as the person that George Cole.
I bet they were awful. I bet they were awful.
This is what I'm saying. You wouldn't make a second one if the first one didn't sell.
No.
But what I'm trying to say is, again, I think filmmakers missed the point. You've got to have the essence of the first film to make it work, as far as as much as you're going to try and sell it to a modern audience, and they probably think that the old ones are slow. Slow. You got to remember the essence is in those films, and you need to have part of that essence in it. If you don't grab that essence, then basically all you've got is a hollow film with just by name is what
I suspect the comedy would just not be suited for nowadays. It would.
No, I dare say
there's no way that comedy would be suited.
Bloke dressing up as a woman who's never heard of that. Oh, can we have Danny LaRue in a film?
It'd have to be serious. If it's done in a political, serious way, they're all on board. So says, the closing statement from Matthew McConaughey is brilliant. I've not seen a Saint Trinian's film since I was a kid.
Like I said,
I'm the same, I think.
I tell you what, I haven't seen a St. Trinian's film for a while, or a Will Hay film.
Oh yeah, I don't really remember his films, Will Hay, much.
The last film I saw was Ask a Policeman, Will Hay, and I bet you only did it 15 years ago.
I don't think I was that impressed with it, actually.
Will Hay?
Yeah.
As a kiddie, it worked. And obviously, Cannon and Balls, The Boys in Blue is based on a Will Hay's film. And, so there are some nods to his films, and he was a genius in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, I know he was extremely popular then. Yeah,
but he hasn't aged.
He hasn't. Yeah,
it's amazing how many times I went on a chat channel a year and a half ago, and I'd mentioned Normal Wisdom, and people were going, "Oh, crap!" Normal Wisdom, and I'm going, "Seriously?"
Yeah,
I loved Normal Wisdom as a kiddie. I loved the Square Peg and the Early Bird and all of this sort of stuff. What didn't you like? Nobody can ever give me an answer to it, but I was going, wow, I didn't know that I was in amongst people that actually don't like Norman Wisdom.
I doubt if someone will remember him. Never mind like him, actually. I doubt if someone will remember. Those films are they were sort of films we grew up with. You could go to the cinema on a matinee and watch Norman Wisdom films. That's what they were, really. Sai says, I'm a fan of The Lincoln Lawyer. And Charles Duncan says, Tony Hawk, have you seen the 1979 Saint Trinian with
the Impersonal? Yes, there was one, wasn't there? There was one in 79. You're right.
Yeah.
I only just remember it because that was at a time where it would have been shown at kids' movie club.
Yeah.
And I was still going then. I was still going to the kids' movie club because I was 10 years old, 9, 8, something like that. Yeah, I was still going then. But I was more interested when they were showing things like At the Earth's Core or Meteor. I remember watching Meteor.
All that stuff. Yeah.
Love that. Jesus.
Yeah.
I was scared to death that there was an asteroid up there called Orpheus. Bloody hell, we're all going to die. That Orpheus is coming. Look at the size of that thing, Jesus.
Tony says, there's some good tense court scenes. Breaker Moran. I have heard of that. Edward Woodward plays a British soldier used as a scapegoat by senior officers concerning the executions of the enemy during the Boer War. Yeah, I've heard of Breaker Moran, but I've never seen it. I've definitely heard that one mentioned. The Gingerbread Man, 1998, is a good film, Stephen Wall said. Tony says, Charles, I have that on a bootleg DVD. Don't think it's available otherwise. It's not as good as the 4 originals, in my opinion. George Cole, Joyce Grenfell, and Alistair Sim are hard actors to follow. You were right there. They are.
They are
great actors. They were. I know, Tony. I found it on YouTube. Not the best. Gingerbread Man, is that Kenneth Branagh? I don't know. Did he do a version of it?
Not sure.
I don't know.
After he did Henry V, he did a crime one with his wife at the time, who he's divorced from now. Yeah. Where apparently it was something to do with ghosts or time travel or something. It was she'd lost her mind. Oh, I don't remember that one. Oh, it was a supernatural one, and I liked it at the time, and nobody talks about it anymore. Do you know what? I'm going to look that one up. It's pissing me off, right? I don't like it when
just look under Ken Brown filmography.
It was directed by him, so it'd be easy to put Kenneth.
Yeah,
it was. Sorry, you carry on talking. I'll tell you in a minute.
Well, do you want me to I'll move on to the next comment.
It was called Dead Again. There you are.
All right. Tony says, I'm gathering up another box of...
No, Tony, look, I can't have another 6 months of him saying, I'm going to watch this film. I'm going to watch that film. Jesus Christ, man, you're doing my head in. He ain't got through the first box yet, bastard.
Muckman Movies, yes, it is. There it is. It's saying that. And he's put his thumbs up there. Charles Duncan, Ian Daville is on YouTube getting booed off for bad playing. Crikey. How the mighty have fallen. Yeah, he's the only one who's keeping him alive. I don't know why he's bothering. It's very sad when they do that. Black Sabbath's playing for the last time at Villa Park. That's it in July.
Yeah, it was all over the news today. That was all.
Yeah. I've been listening to a 4 CD box set I recently bought by Raven. Good band. All right.
Nice to see the word CD box set listed.
Yeah,
there.
I love CD. Yeah, CD. Anything with CDs is good. Oh, it's Weebob. Hi, gents, and all. Hope life is good. Thank you for joining us, though. You've probably gone to bed now.
That's why I wanted to answer his questions, because I didn't want him to wait until bloody what time? What? It's now 11:30. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Tony says, watch Murphy's War. Yeah, Peter O'Toole as a sailor shipwrecked by a German submarine at the end of World War II. He sets out on a mission to sink the sub. Yeah, I've heard of that one. Yeah, Peter O'Toole. Yeah. I own all the Black Sabbath albums. Every one. Wow. That is medication. Even the bad ones. Even the bad ones.
Well, you see what I mean? What somebody is bad is somebody's good.
Well, no, actually, you see, I don't. I do the same. If it's an artist that I really like, it's like Alice Cooper. I buy anything by Alice Cooper of his albums. And
as I noticed in your video.
Yeah, but I haven't got them all. But there we are. But no, I think
I'm sure Tony York's going to put a couple in a box for you with a load of other shit and send it to you, and then you can do another video of it and mention his bloody name again.
No, Steve Ball's about Black Sabbath. I understand that totally. I mean, I've got all Bowie albums, and there are not many, but are not as good. Hardly any, but you get them all. If you've got that far, you get the whole lot. You get everything.
Yeah.
And Black Sabbath have been through a lot of lead singers, various points.
You bought that part 1 of Kate Bush's portfolio, didn't anthology? Didn't
I've got
you?
both actually.
Oh, you got there. See what I mean?
That's both box sets.
That's a great collection to have, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
I may do a video on that collection.
I think you ought to, because
I've been thinking
honest,
about it.
When you consider the rich tapestry of how she started, I mean, she actually was going out, wasn't she, with the sound designer of most of her albums until she split with him.
And she was discovered.
It was wasn't it Mike Oldfield?
No, Pink Floyd guitarist.
Yeah, that's right. He was very upset when their relationship.
Not Roger Waters, the other one.
But what I'm saying is he was very upset when their relationship ended. I know that she was a big fan of Elton John, but it was Mike Oldfield or something like that that basically encouraged her, because Mike Oldfield knew her brother, and her brother was a guitarist or something like that. And all of this, there's a huge tapestry of background information.
Kate Bush is absolutely fantastic. And I always think it's interesting. Kate Bush was somebody who crossed over into lots of areas. You ask all these prog rock people, and they'll talk about how much they love Kate Bush. That was I think that really shows you how.
I'll tell you a track that not many people talk about, which I loved at the time, and it was "Rolling the Ball."
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll recommend a Kate Bush track.
Well, there's Hammer Horror, isn't there? Hammer Horror.
This was played at my wife's funeral. I loved it, and I can understand why. And it's Morning Fog. It is absolutely amazing.
Is that of the album where she experimented with different sounds?
She's fantastic. She was, yeah. I think
there's one album that took 2 years for her to produce, because it had all sorts of sounds in it that she needed to record from and snippets and stuff.
She was amazing, and she still is. I'm talking about her in the past. It's just that we tend to think that she won't produce any more music, but she's that kind who might just suddenly surprise us again.
Yeah,
suddenly something might appear.
Yeah, she comes around in cycles, doesn't she?
Yeah, which she has done. So
she did that one-off show in London, and all of a sudden everybody was excited again.
It is possible. But I know she never liked live performances.
She didn't want to do this. She didn't want to do that one, but apparently it was.
Yeah. And of course, I've seen her live. I went to see her live. I have to get that in every time. Yeah, I saw her at Birmingham.
Well, I hope you didn't see it. I hope you didn't see her dead. I mean, that's not very nice, is it? I mean,
she was excellent. Anyhow, let's get on. Question: talking about Black Sabbath. What movie with Black? Oh, in the title is your favorite. We had that before. We answered.
Yeah, I didn't want him to wait around.
And then he's got Black Christmas.
Oh,
that's a Christmas horror. We bob out the Black Cauldron.
The
Black Hole. Disney's too dark.
Black Cauldron, what a choice.
Yeah. Thank you, Del. I will most likely be in my bed when you see this. Laugh out loud. Yeah, well done. Charles Ian, it makes me wonder if Dave Hill faked his performance through the 70s, because Slade 2, his guitar playing is terrible. That is a very interesting point. Well worth discussing at some time, but I won't go into that. You've got a very good point.
I knew more about Slade, really, but
it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Nice science, Steve. I'm not sure I've seen any of them. Yes, I'm an uncultured swine. Oh, right. Black Hawk Down is one of my favorite Black films. Yeah, excellent film. I agree.
You know what? I've bought that, must be 4 times. That film.
Craig, I haven't bought it that many times.
Ridley Scott. Well, it came out as a steel book, and then there was a collector's. And then
dear.
It was one of those ones that when Blu-ray first came out, they said, "Oh, now this one, the picture quality is amazing," and I bought it. Standard case. But then over the years, it's turned into a collector's and a 10th anniversary, and do you know what I mean? And it's Ridley Scott. So of course, I bought it. You see, it's Ridley Scott.
Oh, now Tony, I agree with this. Tony, Black Mama, White Mama, 1973 with Pam Grier. Of course, I've got that. It is a fantastic film.
I haven't got that.
Have you got that?
No.
I think it's Arrow. I think it's Arrow. I've got it anyhow. I love Pam Grier, and that's why I put those there. You can't help but who doesn't love a bit of Pam Grier?
I know Pam Grier, but I don't really picture her face right now.
It's where they join together as prisoners, and it's a great story. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a good story. Black Swan is a good one. Yeah, Black Swan. That's not that too long ago, is it? Like, is it late 2020s or something like that? 18, 19. It's a good mystery. Black Belly of the Tarantula. 1971 Giallo.
You see, he's bound sure to come up with some weird shit like Black Belly of a Tarantula. Who has that on the tip of their tongue? Oh, I know a film that's got Black Belly of the Tarantula. Yeah, Google. That's where he got that from.
He's very knowledgeable on these films. Don't forget Men in Black too.
Oh yeah, right. It's 3 films. Men in Black.
Yeah. Trust Tony to go for an obscure one.
That's what I mean. Who in their right mind says, "Oh, I know Black Belly of the Tarantula." Yeah, that was on the tip of my tongue.
I know this one. Black Windmill, 1974. Michael Caine as a secret agent. It's a good film. It's one of those sort of Cold War thrillers.
I have seen that around the time of the Ipcris.
Yeah, excellent. We both about smiling. Here we go. Black Dildo, 1969.
I don't want to know how you know that one, Muckman.
Is that in some porn collection that you've got?
Black Dildo, Jesus Christ! I'd be embarrassed to say I had that in my collection. Black Dildo, Jesus.
Scott is my middle name. Yeah, it is Tony.
Tony Obscure York.
Yeah. The Black Narcissus. I've heard of that title. Yeah. I bought my wife a cheese board for Christmas and had to sign for it when it was delivered. Eh?
Right, because of the blade on a cheese board. Jesus
Crikey, yeah. Yeah, that is. What can I say? What can you say?
I have to say though, I think a cheese board does have a blade, so I think like that. Screwdrivers don't have a blade. This is
there is nothing here for you. This is your local shop. Yes, that. I wonder what comedy series that comes from. Unless you show your ID. Yes, this is a local shop for local people.
Oh, God.
It's just woke nonsense. Yeah. It is. Black Belly of the Tarantula sounds quite good, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I love tarantula films and all that. I tried to find the other day The Incredible Shrinking Man, right? Because it's got a spider in it with that nail that goes into it. Quite expensive to get these days.
Yeah,
I have got a DVD of it, but I was looking to see if there was a Blu-ray upgrade, and there is one, but it's quite costly at the moment. But there you go.
And Tony says basically, if you don't drive or fly sail, you're not allowed to do DIY.
Yeah,
nope.
yeah.
It's that you're not. No, that's it.
Yeah, you can come into this shop if you're building a boat. All right.
Women in Black is probably my favorite of the list I found. Scared the crap out of me. Yeah, well, there's in the 2 versions of Women in Black.
No.
I think Woman in Black. Sorry, Woman in Black. There's the Daniel Radcliffe one, which was it was under a Hammer title, but it's under New Hammer, so I don't know whether we count it. And then there was a TV version, wasn't there? A TV film, which some people say is better, of the best of the 2.
Yeah.
You've not heard of that, Women in Black? No. Yeah.
I thought there was another film that was.
It's definitely Daniel Radcliffe does the Hammer version. I've got it.
Oh, I've seen the
TV
Daniel Radcliffe one because I remember him being in a stagecoach going towards the house with all the water.
Yeah. But they do say the TV version is better. I've not seen the one. Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I think there's a film with a black in the title. It's all about that was all about Black Monday, which is when all the
when financial crisis.
Financial crisis, and I think that had black in the title, but I can't think what it's called.
Yeah. Tony says it's supposed to be one of the better giallos, Jamie. If I can find it reasonably priced, I'll pick it up. Black Death starring Sean Bean is a good film from 2010.
I think I've seen that. That came out just after he'd done his role in Game of Thrones, and it's all about a plague that's attacking a village.
Is it a historical one then? Is it?
It's got the bloke I think from not the one who plays Stephen Hawking's. What's his name?
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
It's all set 12th century, all of that sort of stuff.
It is a medieval.
And they entered this sort of village, and they're all dying of a plague. And
sounds interesting. Yeah,
they go in because I think they've come back from some war, and they're trying to.
We don't get that many medieval.
But it's one of those ones that was made for video. It was part of a series type thing. I saw it because it was on Talking Pictures one night, and I couldn't sleep. Yeah, I remember it.
Not sure about Blu-ray, Jamie. I got a DVD copy.
Yeah.
It will be Ian's soon.
Bloody well will.
Stephen, I've forgotten about Black Death. Rewatched it quite recently. It's a good one. Yeah.
I remember I got some enjoyment out of it.
Yeah.
They were all in wooden cages at one point. They were all put into these sort of like bamboo type wooden cages.
Where
they got captured or something. You know.
Yeah, I vaguely. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Bob. Not unless I find a Blu-ray copy. Yeah, this is all about a DVD.
Yeah, that'll take a day. Yeah.
Tony York. Yeah, it's a good film. Tony York and Del. Yes.
Whatever I was talking about.
It looks like there's a US and German release of Black Belly of the Tarantula, Tony.
That's intriguing. Which was the best?
You wish you were stalked by the girl behind the counter, Del. Yeah.
Any girl wants to stalk me, I'd wish
I think it was a US DVD I got, Jamie. Captain Scarlet was more superior to Thunderbirds. Yeah, I would agree.
In many ways. I mean, I don't think it was as popular.
Yeah.
Ever. The downside of Captain Scarlet is where is the drama in somebody who's indestructible? That's the damage you have. You had 32 episodes, and he couldn't die.
Yeah.
It was only the people around him that he put into danger that was going to die.
Yeah.
And if the Mysterons ever won, well, that's the end of the series.
Yeah.
You know full well that if he gets eaten by a bloody shark, he's coming back.
Yeah.
You know what
I mean? Charles says, Del, have you seen the new episode?
I'm just going to say something. There is always an Achilles heel in Jerry Anderson Productions, right? Joe 90, the worst one of the lot, right? Joe 90, take his glasses off. That's it.
That's it. It's done. Yep.
Right. And if you're being fired upon from all angles and you got somebody shooting at you and they're firing machine guns at you and you've got the brain stems of some sniper alert type thing and your glasses fall off, you're fucked.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna be 12, let alone 22. Right? He's gonna be dead. And who in their right mind sends a boy into a battlefield? I don't care whether you give him brain stems or not. Your dad's going to turn around and say, "Sorry, son, you're not going out there." You know what I mean? So Joe 90 was terrible as a killer goes. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, carry on.
He says, Del, have you seen the new episodes of Thunderbirds to mark their 50th?
No, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. I know of it.
It looks good, yeah. I like Joe 90 as well, Stephen.
And I like Joe 90, but I like Joe 94 for the music than I do the actual series.
Yeah. That new Space Precinct box set looks good. I know I looked at it and thought, I wish I had the money. It did look good.
It's like, how much is it? Like 50 quid or something?
Yeah, it's expensive. But I enjoyed Space Precinct.
It was a BBC production, wasn't it? For that?
Yeah. I have got some on DVD, but there we are. Tony York says Gold Run 2022 was a good watch this week. Tells of Norway's attempt to get their national gold reserves out of the country to stop them falling to Nazi hands after they invaded in 1940. Well, that sounds an interesting story. How do you get rid of loads of gold?
There's been a lot of films based around the World War II again, being as we've just celebrated, but we remembered the 80th anniversary of the Holocaust. So.
And we've got Trump trying to invade Greenland and involving all Scandinavian countries.
I tell you, all over the news when I was driving home tonight, it was all about Trump and the Gaza Strip. And
he's got a new crackpot idea, hasn't he?
He's saying it's going to be owned by the Americans, and of course he's breaking international law by absolutely moving the whole of the population that lives on there, just so that he can name it his own. And you're going, this is a good idea, is it? In fact, everybody in Switzerland and France is saying, stuff you, Trump, that ain't happening. I can tell you that now. But all over the news that was.
I can't believe how potty he is. Yeah. Anyhow, well, it's best not to watch the news when you've got all that going on. Is anyone looking forward to seeing September the 5th? It's about the 1972 Olympics in Munich. I'm really interested in it. Now, do you know, I remember that so well.
That was the boycotting of Russia, wasn't it?
No, the Munich is when the terrorist attack happened. I remember we were watching it, and the terrorists attacked the Israeli athletes, didn't they?
That's right. Yeah, I remember now. Sorry, it's just like the one big story that I remember about the Olympics was the one where all the countries boycotted.
That's 1980.
Yeah, so it's a bit later. I forgot about the.
But this one, I remember watching on TV, and they interrupted normal television programs to show this. It was one of those moments. The only other moment I remember where they ever did that was the Iranian embassy siege when SAS jumped in and we went live. But they went live with that as well. Oh wow. That what's that? I regret getting rid of my DVD copy of Once Upon a Time in America because I just thought it was readily available on Blu-ray, which it isn't. Isn't it? Oh.
It's about time. It's about time. Once Upon a Time in America has got a.
I'm surprised it isn't.
It is one of those films. It is one of those films that I think is like 4 hours long, and it's one of those ones that it should. I mean, at the end of the day, I loved it when it came out because I like the Once Upon a Time range.
It's an epic story.
It's a gangster film. That's the trouble, and it's. You got to remember how many years are there between Once Upon a Time in the West and Once Upon a Time in America? It's like 1982 or 3. It's 1968 for Once Upon a Time in the West.
Yeah,
his actual directing style had changed, and I do remember that it wasn't well received by some critics.
But now
I liked it.
It is.
Yeah. And I am surprised that it's not.
Yeah.
Because I'd buy it.
Yeah. I think now It's been reassessed. I think a lot of people.
I've still got my 2-disc edition of Once Upon a Time, the DVD one.
Yeah,
but I must admit, I'd love the Blu-ray of it. Or a 4K.
I think it could come. I wouldn't be too despondent. I think it could come.
Yeah.
Andy says it was definitely the time of Americana. Muckman did your copy have a mid-interval break on it? My copy did. Oh, that's good. Yeah, the interval break. I can't remember it, but it was the longer director's cut. Oh, right.
I just remember. I just know mine's the black cover with the.
So he says the director's cut is 251 minutes, while the standard Blu-ray that is obtainable is only 229 minutes long.
He puts only 220.
Yeah.
My ass would be bloody.
That'll keep you busy, won't it? Yeah. Yeah, I had the director's cut too.
All I know is I've got the gold writing and the black cover 2-disc edition. I can't remember whether mine's director's.
He's right there. I find it so frustrating that certain classic films are unavailable. I mean, there's so many films. There's just stacks and stacks of films.
Aren't they working on the follow-up to Chinatown, which is the two Jakes? Two Jakes. That's another one that could be considered classic, although it's nowhere near Chinatown's level of classic. But the Two Jakes is another one that's not out, as far as I know, in any good shape. What about the Once Upon a the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? We've all been. Are we all still waiting for a 4K of that? I don't think it did come out yet.
I think it's nearer. Isn't that coming out this year?
That's the thing. I still haven't seen any pre-order for it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was announced. But you're right. I don't think there has been a pre-order, but I'm sure it was announced there would be but you know when they were saying looking forward to things for the year.
Oh,
people were putting that. But whether they had any any grounds for that, I don't know. But it was down. Anyhow, let's get on. Let's see. Question: best invention of the 21st century? I put forward Google Maps. I think it's incredibly impressive and useful. That's a good point. It is actually. It is.
Yeah, it's amazing how Google Maps got so much flack when it first came out because it was like an invasion of privacy.
Yeah, and now,
Google Maps is in VR. You put your VR headset on and you load up Google Maps. You can actually fly around the Empire State Building. Going around at the top level. I mean, they've actually done helicopter flybys now instead of having cars with doing 360-degree picture taking. In fact, my car's in one of the pictures of my town. It's nice to look at Google Maps. They keep refreshing the pictures, but every now and again you can see things like, that's my car.
Yeah.
Nobody actually ever turns around and says, that's copyright infringement. You never asked me if it was okay to take a picture of my car. What's all that about? Nobody ever does that. I think, it's a very positive invention for the 20th.
I would say, I don't know a great deal about the history. You do, but we probably will be here a long time. But you have to say the computer has to be the best invention of the 21st century because it changed so much. It's had such a massive impact on society.
Yeah. Microchip. I wouldn't go so far as the computer. I would say the microchip. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what is it? I mean, all it is sand.
Yeah, but whatever that is, it's had the massive impact on society. It's just we're still having the effects of that invention is still going on now as we go into future. So
isn't it amazing that we never invented the microchip in Victorian England?
Yeah.
You think we would have? Do you imagine somebody going up, I've invented the smartphone? Look. Right, somebody jumps up in 1880 something saying, "Look, smartphone, look, everybody want to buy one," and all this. Look, I'm gonna invent social media.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Queen Victoria on my.
Now, here is the term that a couple of years ago nobody had heard of, and it's now the buzzword, and it is. He says best invention AI. I mean, it is. Oh, a couple of years ago, we'd never heard of this word, and then suddenly, poof, here it is. That's all we ever hear.
Yeah, the only AI we'd heard of really was AI from Terminator and AI, the little boy that's in a Steven Spielberg film that wants to be Pinocchio.
Yes,
that's about the only AI that we ever heard of.
But now it's a word that people know, even if they don't know much about it. It's already made its way into culture already. So it's.
Oh, by the way, I saw AI last night. The little boy that was on telly.
Right, yeah.
I forgot the other day. I watched iRobot again.
Oh,
Smith.
Will Smith. Yeah,
and the 3 laws of Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robots. Yeah.
Right. Here we are. Jamie says, I've got Star Wars vinyl record where it projects a rotating hologram of the TIE fighter when you shine a light on it while it's playing. Well, that is, what can I say about that?
On the surface label at the beginning, because it spins around, when you shine a light on the mirrors, probably there, it does a hologram. Wow, what a nice.
That must be quite outstanding.
Yeah, I've still got the John Williams original score that's just got Star Wars in yellow writing on the front.
Yeah.
Like the Superman album. That was very... I mean, at the end of the day, the Superman album was just a picture of the S.
Yeah.
They were very minimalistic on their cover designs for the John Williams classic score of the day.
I like this one. AI, God, no, I'm fed up of it already. Yes.
I even mentioned it in my blog that they're bringing in new laws for AI sex acts. You know, I mean, it made my skin crawl.
I never thought of that. I don't think a lot of people would have even thought of that, would they? And they thought, oh my God. Yeah.
It was just a newspaper article that turned up when I was writing my blog, and I went, my God.
Have they rushed the laws through? Have they managed to get them through pretty quick?
No, what they want to do is they want to put up the laws so that not only is sex act and child sex acts illegal, but trying to create fake ones using AI.
Yeah, well, they will.
And you will go to court and be arrested.
Have they put the law through? Is it gone through Parliament?
It was going through Parliament this week, I think.
Oh, right. So they can get it rushed through pretty quick.
I hope so.
Good.
That's something that I definitely don't want.
I didn't think. Yeah.
While I'm eating a bowl of bran flakes, watching the internet about the news, I don't want to see sex acts.
No, you don't. No. But it's something. Obviously, people suddenly thought, "Oh God," and that was it. All these things we don't know. Simons, I used to DJ back in my early 20s, so I had the Technics turntable, Technics tape deck and amplifier, and a pair of Bose speakers and a load of vinyl. I was record pool member as well.
Do you know what? The only record group that I was subscribed to was Verasa Saraband. I was part of their soundtrack cinema club type thing, where members of that got offered CDs before they were even out, like the Burbs, things like that, right? Which, by the way, is a Jerry Goldsmith score. The Burbs, just thought I'd mention it.
Oh, right, okay. You had to get that in, of course.
That was the number.
Actually, you're a bit late saying that. We're 3 hours 43.
I thought I'd give it a rest.
Late saying that one. Right. I like vinyl, so okay. Each to their own. I have more CDs though. Yeah, of course you do. They're the best. Of course you would have more CDs. I would go London and Manchester vinyl hunting at least twice a month. I know people love going vinyl hunting.
I wish I could afford that. Bloody hell. It would cost me the tickets that go from London to Manchester. I wouldn't be able to buy a bloody album when I got there.
Yeah.
I'd spent money on the ticket.
I've still got my analog 1960s Beatle vinyl in mint condition, thank God. But I'm still buying Beatles vinyl today. American copies that have been released again, Christmas just gone. Do you know, I've seen some of the videos of those go up. There's always Beatles stuff going on. You can just see it on YouTube. Loads of different ones. Yeah. I'd like to buy a better quality record player, but I don't know where to start.
Well, I can tell you that if you want, a good place to start is a YouTube channel called Techmoan, where he talks about old hi-fi stuff. Because to be quite honest, there are so many sort of like what they call boutique electronic labels now making record decks that'll cost you £1,000-odd, right? And they'll all be names like Occo or something like that, which I've never even heard of. But at the end of the day, Techmoan will also turn around and say sometimes it's best to go for the old tech because it will sound so much better, because these were top of the range back then. They had all the same things that we're looking for now, which is 4-gram heads and all of this sort of stuff. You can still get the needles because basically there are third-party companies that make those. But the technology has not changed for a record deck. You know, it's all about the mechanism, the belt mechanism, and the suspension that you've got on the actual player itself, so it doesn't rock. You know, so basically, buying an old Technics is almost as good as buying an Occo new one and all that sort of stuff, because they won't have come up with anything really spectacular that adapts it in any way, shape, or form that Technics didn't do 20 years ago. You know, we were only talking about springs and sponges and all that sort of stuff to stop a record deck from bouncing about. You see what I mean? So, you know, the needle in the head is exactly the same. They haven't changed it. So it's not reinventing the wheel. But I'd say go to Techmoan, have a little look on there. I know you're bored, so you can move on.
It's all right. You carry on with you. Yeah, I'm still here.
Has he finished yet?
Going about his technos. I thought
shit,
I'll just get my new Jerry Goldsmith record.
I was talking about record players.
How brilliant it is.
I'm talking about record players. Jerry Goldsmith wasn't even mentioned in that.
How do people who react to songs on YouTube get away with it? Well, they make loads of views. People seem to enjoy it, but it's an easy way of doing it.
But by the way, that statement comes about because we were talking about how you can get a 4-second clip. And
that's right.
Off. How do these people that react to songs,
which
by the way, I turned around to you and said is the worst type of YouTube channel I've ever seen. These people that are going to say, I'm going to listen to Elvis for the first time today.
Right,
what?
You're
35 years old that's come from the ghetto, right? And you're turning around and saying to me with a straight face, I've never heard Elvis in my life.
First time I've heard Elvis. Yeah. What a load of
bollocks.
Yeah, it is. I know. But they get views.
I'm going to listen to Frank Sinatra for the first time. I don't know who this Frank Sinatra is. Apparently he was big at some point. Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, who's the Beatles? What's all this John? Who's this Paul McCartney fella?
Yeah.
Oh, he's all right. Oh, I'll tell you what. Johnny Cash sounds all right, doesn't he? Yeah, he had a good voice for her. What's this boy named Sue Track? What's this thing about Sam Quinton? Oh, for fuck off! I'm sorry, but I can't have any of that.
I know. No, I agree. It's all a load of yeah.
Who's Karen Carpenter?
As if you'd never heard.
I've never heard of ABBA. What's this? What's this divorce? The winner takes it all track. I listened to that. Oh, wasn't her voice really nice? I like her.
Who's ABBA? Who's ABBA? I've never heard of ABBA. Have you heard of ABBA? I mean, that's how bad it is, isn't it? Yeah.
It really is awful. I mean, it's insane. Yeah, I've never heard of Mozart. I'm, going to listen to him today.
He's got some real bangers.
Been dead a few years, but I mean,
he's got real bangers. He's got some real.
Yeah, he's got some bangers out there. Yeah. Aren't they awful? They do these movie reaction things as well, don't they? You know, I'm gonna watch all of this film
called Star Wars.
Star Wars.
I've never heard of that one.
I've never seen Star Wars. Let's put this on. And then he go, oh, nice intro. What's all this words going up the screen? Oh, it was a bloody. Oh, okay. Oh, now there's a big war. What's all that about? And I'm going, bollocks to all of this. It really is awful. No, my first reaction to
the that bloke who's got asthma. What's he doing in that big helmet on?
Today, I'm going to react to the opening credits to Friends. I've never seen Friends. Oh, well, yeah, only the rest of the world has seen Friends. You know, I mean, what's all that
about? Movies, techniques, SL 1200s are the way to go.
Yeah,
from 500 to 600 pound each.
No, but this is what I was trying to say when you were falling asleep, Ian.
Yeah,
is that sometimes it's not wise to go to the £1,000 players that are being brought out that are in the new posh lines. You can get an old Technics, which it sounds like an extortionate amount of money, 500 or 600. But I'm telling you now, they designed them incredibly well back then.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. There's going to be very little to beat it.
Yeah,
because record decks are not reinventing the wheel. All you've got to do is just have sound dampening, and sponges, to make it so that it can rock about. You see, so the needle's not changed.
Let's see. Oh, we got some football here. Si says Newcastle United have just beaten Arsenal 2-0 to reach the League Cup final. Get in. That is a good result.
I wanted to know what Aston Villa did, because apparently they've not won a trophy in 50 odd years or something.
Yeah, so. I doubt if Newcastle have won one for a long time either. They notoriously get to the final, don't they? And
they're permanently pissed on this thing called brown ale, aren't they? That's the reason why. Nuki Brown, I've heard.
And Arsenal seem to win everything, don't they?
Oh yeah. That's why my dad always used to say, up the arse. No,
I can't stand up. Arsenal blooming team. Get them.
They used to go up the arse, and then he'd say, no.
I love when we beat Arsenal. Yeah. Anyhow, Section 4 wrestling. Why was this at the top of my feed? I have no idea. Because it's good. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Steve David. That's a good one. I like that answer. What is it? Seconded. Who are these people? Political and philosophical debate. Yes, that's what we have. Movies.
Obviously, the bloke moved or the woman moved on, whatever that was.
Yeah, I bought it all at once. Interest-free credit. They even 3 in free needle. Oh, they even threw, I suppose it would be, free needles and slip mats. Oh, right. Jolly good. Yeah, you did well. Tony says senior professors of theology and
That's
philosophy
who we
at
are,
the
yeah.
University of Life. Bayek, the University of Life.
You say it how we see
it. Stephen Moore says through. Tony says, I hope those answers help senior for wrestling.
Wasn't it section 4 wrestling? Section 4.
Yeah.
Sounds like a slip of the tongue when you're talking about section 1 horror film.
4.
Section 2 horror.
He's got section 4 wrestling collage professors discussing movies and music. All right. Okay.
Whenever you were around, I hope you enjoyed what you saw. That's
good to know YouTube are pushing Ian's streams ad, even to the extent of getting unwilling viewers. Yeah, I doubt YouTube don't push mine stuff at all. They never. Well, they push it into bin, I think. Timo says Tony York. That's a fair bit for just a turntable, Stephen. All right. And Charles says, my son is not keen on the Beatles collections. I think they're destined for the bin when I die. Oh, I know, it's sad, but that's what we have to accept. I've got speakers and amping garage, but nowhere to bloody put them. There you are. And Tony York says, waiting for The Barbarians 2019 with Johnny Depp was an interesting watch. It involves a 19th century unnamed fictional empire and the relations with the barbarians of the title, who appear, continuing, Mongolian Asian. I think it's an allegory for mistrust and paranoia between nations and the very unfortunate consequences this can result in. That sounds an absolutely fascinating concept.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Johnny Depp as well. He's interesting. He appears in all sorts of films. Definitely. Who are these people? Sorry, I was Googling for a new turntable, so way behind on the comments. There you are. You've not been listening to all this wonderful
I must admit, it's 12, so hopefully we get into the end of the comments. I've got a bed soon.
Superman's score and film is brilliant. Surprises every time you rewatch it.
Yeah, it is.
Delboy is spot on with that Star Wars and the Battle of the Planets.
Yeah.
Just been looking at George Delerue and his compositions, Del. Wow, very prolific. I have a good few of the films he worked on. I wasn't aware of who this composer was on them. So there you are. You've got Tony interested. Night, gents. Have a good one. Night, wee Bob. Thank you for joining us.
I'll be joining you. It's 6 minutes past 12 now.
And you've been well asleep now.
2 hours. You know, so.
Dell got Medicine Man theme lined up to listen to later.
I hope you like it, Charles. I'll tell you now, Medicine Man. What?
Lookman says, Ennio Morricone is my favorite composer. Cinema Paradiso, this is Saul Smitherman, had a beautiful soundtrack. Morricone was a genius.
Well, it is. He's not dead.
Question: favorite David Bowie film?
Oh,
do you want me to go first?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, I'll say the obvious one, which is Man Who Fell to Earth. Nicholas Roeg classic.
I bought that. It's a great steel book. It is a good film. It's a bit weird. I don't know whether I like Starman more than I like The Man Who Fell to Earth. Very similar sort of design. I wouldn't go down the route of Labyrinth and stuff.
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what. He did something called. There's a TV series called The Hunger, which was based on a film that Tony and Ridley Scott did that failed as a film but succeeded as an anthology Twilight Zone type thing. But you know me, I'm a sucker for Twilight Zone stuff.
Yeah.
He was a narrator on those, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah. I'll mention one film. It's a prisoner of war film. Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That is well advised. People should go and watch Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
I've got something for
absolutely brilliant film.
I've got something for Muckman. These are cheap, and I totally recommend these. The Ennio Morricone gold set and the silver set. They're really good. They're double CDs. Yeah. You can pick them up now for about £4 or £5. Yeah. They are the original tracks, not redone.
Yeah,
crappy redone shit that basically is not from the original film. I hate it when they do that with the good, the bad, the ugly. You hear a few dollars more track and you think, oh, I'm going to hear the original track, and when you listen to it, it sounds like Cincinnati Pops Orchestra shit. You know, it's like that is shit. So carry on.
Right. So we've answered David Bowie film. Tony says, Jamie, I have to agree with you there, as I enjoy Italian films. He features heavily with them. Just watch the Radiance release of a French, German, Italian thriller from 1975, Weak Spot, and it had its distinctive style for its score. Yeah, Radiance are doing a lot of good releases. Excellent label. A lot of foreign language films. My favorite David Bowie film is Labyrinth. I thought it would be, but I recently watched The Hunger. Oh yeah, I forgot The Hunger. I really enjoyed that too. The Hunger's excellent. Love The Hunger.
Like I said, I like the TV more than the film.
Well, I like The Hunger.
It's a vampire film, isn't it? The film.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
the TV series.
It's got Catherine Deneuve in. That's Catherine Deneuve in.
What I'm trying to say is the TV series is more an anthology of different.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. The film is excellent. Absolutely love the film. It was on the premium label, I think, of the HMV. Whether it's still on there, I may be wrong, but I'm sure it was on one of the premium labels. Yeah. Is Weak Spot good? I've not got that one yet. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. I managed a charity shop for 11 months 2 years ago. Animal one. That donations were crazy at times. Oh yeah,
the Blue Cross. I went into the Blue Cross today, and it says about pets. It's been supplying money for pets since 1897 or something, and I was going, "Oh, really? I didn't know that."
Yeah. Do you get out?
No.
No. All right. I recently got an HMV CD package today. The Guess Who. I Am Butterfly. Blooming it, I Am Butterfly. Wow. Canned Heat, The Eagles, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Stephen Wolf. Oh, Grand Funk Railroad. Oh, I love Grand Funk Railroad. Oh, Jeff Healey. Yeah. Chicago, Boston, Journey. Oh, wow. You've got some great taste there. Absolutely great music. Oh, brilliant music that Delboy is looking completely blank at.
I'm just doing my impression of you.
He might know Eagles.
Have you finished now?
He might know Eagles. Just
I know most of that stuff. Thank you very much. Creedence Clearwater, of course I know.
Yeah.
Eagles, yeah.
That's the one that you might know.
Jeff Healey, Chicago, I mean, bloody hell, come on, don't give you make it sound like the only thing I when Mozart sort of died, I died with him, and I woke up in like
2005 with Jerry Goldsmith instead. Oh yeah, Jerry Goldsmith.
I mentioned Jerry Goldsmith because I really do like the music.
I know with you, and I understand very much. It comes from your father, and they do have a big influence.
Remember this when I was sending you some snippets of music, they were actually from Roy Budd. I was sending you music like Flight of the Doves and stuff like that, right? There wasn't Jerry Goldsmith there then.
No,
I was telling you, you might want to listen to some of these tracks by Georges Delboy or by Roy Budd or by John Barry. You know, Somewhere in Time is a great score, and things like that. But no, you keep going on about I'm mentioning Jerry Goldsmith all the time.
You do. I can almost guarantee it. It just pops up every week.
Because now it's a joke, you see, to do every week. But, you know.
Anyhow, we better get. I enjoyed it, Jamie. I like most Italian, French thrillers and crime films. I'm just checking the Radiant site now. They released details today of May titles. Just to name a few. Don't worry, Ian. I definitely enjoy my collection, but there will be a time when I'll need to get rid, whether that being for space or for retirement.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it now while you've got it. Yeah. Has anybody heard The Watermill by Ronald Binge? It sounds very, very peaceful. It's gorgeous. Take a listen, guys. I've never heard of Ronald
Binge. By Ronald Binge.
I've never heard of him.
There's an album called Watermill, or is it a film called Watermill?
I wonder it's a piece of music.
Right.
I think, that's what he's saying, because he sounds very peaceful.
I'll write it down.
Ronald Binge. Must be a composer we've not heard of. Tony says, I think the only one I would be interested in is an Italian police thriller I already have on DVD. Maybe I could upgrade. If only I knew who may want the redundant DVD. Well, I don't know, Tony, but you know me. I do like DVDs, yeah.
You like things free, you cheap bastard.
We'll try picking weak spot up then. I like Italian and French thrillers too. I don't want one Venom.
But you might need to scroll down a few of these now, this Venom and stuff, because we know he doesn't want that, right? Okay, so
right. I'll give that. Yeah, it's all about denim. Yeah, I'm not interested in denim.
No, it's just it's 12:15, and I'm gonna have
That's
to.
a good idea, Tony. Well, I'm 52 now. I want to stop buying movies when I reach 60. I'm going to start traveling to some places for my later years, and I enjoy this planet before I leave it. Well, you're not leaving it yet, lad. Brill idea, Stephen. Wow, that's complicated, Del. Best not to bother giving anything to random people.
Yeah.
I recently watched Adam the Woo on here, where he recently visited London, and that gives me the travel bug. Tony, last year Radiance asked for recommendations for their Americana series. I asked them to release The Station Agent, so hopefully it will get a Blu-ray of that at some point. Okay, that's good. Seymour's, I've been saving money for a few years, so when I plan it out, I should be able to be good starting with Ireland, because I've never been.
I've never been to Ireland.
I've never heard of that one, Jamie. That's the one who mentioned it. I have The Man with No Name dollars films on Blu-ray. Won't be upgrading to 4K, as they've no doubt only sit on a shelf for ages. Tempting, but you have to draw a line somewhere. Totally agree, Tony. You do. You can't get everything that comes out on 4K. Try and pick up a DVD of The Station Agent. It's a great indie film. Tony Hawk's put his thumbs up there. Tony, are you on Letterboxd?
Seems to be a lot of people on that.
Yeah, I agree about people being negative about movies. Also, I can't comment on movies I haven't seen yet. Well,
too many negative people.
No, Jimmy, occasionally browse some of the lists they have on there. Oh, that's Letterboxd, I think you're on about. You should. It's a good little app for registering your reviews. I'd be interested in reading your reviews of the older, obscure titles. I'll have a look at it. Tony says, my reviews on there are for anyone that is interested. That's the one film I don't have, Reach for the Sky. Kenneth Moore. I haven't seen it for years. One film I didn't enjoy of his was the 50s version of 39 Steps. Just didn't seem to work for me. Yeah, he did a version of that. Love Kenneth in the 39 Steps, 1959, Charles Duncan's. Tony says, Charles, I much prefer the 78 Robert Powell version. Enjoy the period setting. Yeah, it is good, that one.
I like them all, to be quite honest. We've talked about the 39 Steps, the old Hitchcock one, the 50s one, the 70s one. We've talked about it many times. And to be quite honest, they all have their good and bad points.
Sue says, I'm listening to Ian and Delboy. Someone outside my house sat in their car blasting New Kids on the Block. Funny as hell. I feel like shouting, play some proper music, preferably away from here. Yeah, I know what you mean. Kind of, yeah. Tony says, Ian and Del, I got rid of those comments at the moment they appeared. They must still show up on your screen, Ian. Yeah, thank you.
I didn't even see them. So
yeah. It's the same. Yeah. Tony, the moderator deserves a bonus. Yeah. Yes, Tony, like that as well. Plus the black and white version. I want to see that film called Locked that stars Bill Skarsgård and Anthony Hopkins. Looks good. Good actors. Ian said the check's in the post. Yeah. Never seen the Hitchcock version, Charles. Should rectify that. I guess that'd be 39 Steps.
I think you'll find the early I think the early Hitchcock
1930
Blu-ray ones are coming out as a box set, but it was like £100 or something.
Yeah, I've got a single copy of 39 Steps. It's good. And the new Jurassic movie part. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and the new Jurassic Park movie looks good as well. And then, Si, what's your thoughts on sharing a bed, Markham and Weiss style? Oh yeah. So I was excited to see Galacticus and intrigued to see who John Malkovich will be playing in Fantastic Four.
Yeah, which is why I answered that for him.
Yeah, it's all right, Tony. For its age, 1930s. That's 39 Steps, I presume. You can't beat Eric and Ernie. That's true. The Accused is a good film starring Jodie Foster. Excellent film. I forgot that's a courtroom, but brilliant film. Anybody who hasn't seen The Accused should watch The Accused. What a performance! And one of my favorite movies, Class Action, starring Gene Hackman.
That's what I was telling you about Gene Hackman. Remember, I was going.
Yeah, a great Jodie Foster film called Flight Plan. Yeah, I've got that. That's brilliant as well. She's great, Jodie Foster. I can watch anything she's in. Judgment in Nuremberg is a good courtroom film. Yes, yeah, that is a good one. Yeah, Nazis. Oh, that's a heavy court drama. Charles Duncan. Yeah, I've seen that. Charles, good film. I know, but it's an important film. Yeah, that's true. Yes, great film, Stephen. Never seen Judgment in Nuremberg, Tony says. Another I should do, I guess. Yeah, it is. It's well worth watching. Charles Duncan, another good film. Red Eyes, starring Cillian Murphy. Excellent film. Yeah, I like that one. Never seen it, Stephen. It is a good film. Charles, Comedy Man is released on Studio Canal Vintage Classics. It's really interesting range they have. Yeah, the Studio Classics, excellent. Charles Duncan, it's a very good thriller. Charles. Si says Sleepers is another heavy courtroom drama. Yeah, that amazing film. What a disturbing. Very disturbing film.
That's a late 80s or early 90s film.
Yeah, it's very disturbing. But Comedy Man, is that a Norman Wisdom movie, Tony?
Don't remember Comedy Man as being a Norman Wisdom film. I think the last film Tony Norman Wisdom did as a star was What's So Good for the Goose is Good for the Gander.
Yeah.
And then he did a lot of stuff like BBC dramas and Last of the Summer Wine and appearing in Coronation Street and all of that sort of stuff. So.
Tony says, can't send St. Trinians. Only first one is released on Blu-ray. No, Charles, it's Kenneth Moore. I found it enjoyable. It's a bittersweet comedy drama, Tony says. Tony, not keen on Will A. Only see bits. I agree there. I know what you mean. Yeah. Norman Wisdom was always a good laugh, Andy says.
I always thought so.
Yeah. Charles Dunkins. Will best film, Mr. Porter.
I forgot about Mr. Porter. Just that the one that comes to mind is Always Ask a Policeman.
Talking of old-time actors, who remembers Jimmy Edwards? Yeah, big mustache. I was fascinated by his mustache. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Yeah. I have the big DV set of all his Rank films. Great films.
That's Will Hay, I think.
Norman Wisdom.
Sorry.
Yeah. Jamie says The Verdict is a good court drama starring Paul Newman. Yeah, I forgot about that one. There's a lot. Once you start digging, you remember them all. I watched Murder in the First last night. Good film. Charles Duncan. Sorry, I've missed any comments. Everybody's typing at once.
I know you can't keep up, can you, Ian?
Saw Jimmy Edwards recently in Eric Sykes' The Plank, of course. Never seen it before. He plays a policeman. Yeah.
There's a sequel to The Plank as well.
I went to see that one, Stephen. It was on my radar a while back, but forgot all about it. Steven's Muckman movies. Yeah, Jamie, it's a good film. Great cast as well. I was waiting for this one. I like Kate Bush. It's one of those old jokes that you know you're going to get.
Yeah, I reckon you want to change the word like to fancy.
I watched Romeo is Bleeding, starring Gary Oldman. Another good film. I've heard of it, not seen it. Romeo is Bleeding is a good film. The Firm starring Gary Oldman is a good film. Yeah, lots of well-known actors.
Gary Oldman being mentioned a lot.
Phil Mitchell from EastEnders. Wow.
I was just saying that Gary Oldman's being mentioned a lot there, isn't it?
Yeah. I stopped watching EastEnders about 20 years ago, and before then, I didn't care. And then Muckman says Eddie Redmayne. That's it. Yeah, I remember him. Eddie Redmayne played a novice priest in Black Death.
Yeah, I told you that I'd seen Black Death. I knew he was.
I did a marathon at the weekend where I watched Gladiator, Rob Roy. Oh, Rob Roy, I know that film. Last Samurai, Last of the Mohicans, brilliant film. Troy, Kingdom of Heaven, King Arthur, Braveheart. What a great set.
Seen every single one of them. I wonder what he thought of Troy.
Yeah.
Because everybody kept calling it Troy Harder and all.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh. Same here, not watched EastEnders, Corey Emmerdale for about 15 years. Del, the new Thunderbirds has been on ITVX. It still might be, and on YouTube.
Yeah.
What about the BBC planning on making people who watch Netflix that they have a TV license? I don't know anything about that.
What it is your telly has the ability to pick up an aerial signal. Netflix is on smart TVs. So if you're watching Netflix and you're watching it on a TV that can pick up an antenna signal means it's the TV license. They're going down the route of picking up anybody that has to pay for a TV license. A computer doesn't have an aerial at the back.
Yeah.
Monitor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, my TV, I don't have it plugged into.
They can't really go down the Wi-Fi route.
Mine's Wi-Fi. Yeah. The only thing I would say against the Wi-Fi is it doesn't happen often, but it can be annoying when circle is going round. If the circle starts to go around, I get very annoyed. It doesn't happen often, but it has happened, and it's annoying.
Sorry, my eyes are watering at this time.
Yeah, sorry, I was blaming Tony. Yes, it was Tony. I'm trying to hurry up. With regard Munich 1972, I have a 1976 film, 21 Hours at Munich, telling the story. This is what I mentioned about the thing. Good cast. William Alden, Franz Cornero, and Richard Basart. Wow, there's a name, Richard Basart.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was another film on that terrorist attack. Wow. Tony, I remember that, yeah. The smartphone is probably the best and worst invention of the 21st century.
Oh, yeah, in equal ways, yeah.
The worst reaction videos are the millennials watching Star Wars for the first time. I'm sorry, but what kind of psychopath parents don't show their kids Star Wars? It's a load of cobblers. YouTube is becoming oversaturated with people reacting to shit. It's becoming crazy. It's true.
I did a huge rant on it years ago. Well, months ago, should I say?
Oh, is it 70 years? Blooming heck. 70 years since Newcastle won anything. Wow. So getting through to the final, it's a big thing, isn't it?
It's amazing because on the radio, all they ever talked about was Aston Villa in 50 odd years. Why is Newcastle then that hasn't won anything for 70 years not been mentioned? You don't understand that.
It's amazing. 70 years is a hell of a long time. They would all shit themselves if they woke up tomorrow to find YouTube had gone, especially those who rely on that YouTube money. Oh, yeah, back to the 9 to 5 we go. He's got a very good point. They would be thinking themselves, oh, dear, I've lost a massive income that's just disappeared.
According to my friend Mainmeister, he's got 4,000 views. He gets literally a $5 a month.
Yeah,
I wonder, therefore, some people that say they've got 4.5 million subscribers, right? Do they need to work anymore? I don't know. I haven't done the figures between what 4.5 million is.
But I think when they've got that amount, they probably have a higher rate. Probably, I don't know. They probably get more money just thrown at them.
No, even if I had 1,000, I wouldn't. Anyway, so not what
David
I'm doing.
Bowie is good in John Landis' comedy thriller Into the Night. He plays a hitman. Do you know? I've not seen that. Sounds good. I'd love to see David Bowie as a hitman.
I've seen a lot of John Landis films, and even I don't think I've seen that one.
Going overtime tonight, lads. Oh, it's a good laugh. Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much. Charles Duncan, Watermill is the Secret Garden theme music, BBC.
Oh, see, I knew it was a soundtracky thing. I knew it.
Night, guys. I can't stay awake anymore. Bye, all. Thank you, Charles. Thank you so much. Night, Charles. Tony says. Charles Duncan, thanks, Tony. Stephen Walls, good night and good morning, everyone. Night all and thanks. And Sai says night, guys, and that's it. We've got there. We finally got there to the end. I know I'm trying to rush at the end to get them through.
Yeah, some of that's my fault, and I apologize.
It's okay, no problem. 9 people are still here. Thank you, everyone that has joined us. And we've had a great time. I've absolutely loved it. And thank you, Delboy, for making it a great stream. Absolutely.
Matey, you make the stream. Thank you very much for having me on. I'm so sorry that some people are still coming in wanting to cause a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
I can't handle that, I'm afraid.
Thank you, everybody, anyhow. And we'll be here next week for episode 44, believe it or not. 44. We're getting nearer the 50. We might, who knows, when we reach 50, what could happen? Might have a special. You never know. I'll think about that. Anyhow, so, you've been listening, Mer. Good night, Mer. Thank you again. Thank you so much. I'll be messaging you probably soon. Anyhow, we'll see. Thanks very much. And so saying goodbye and see you all next week. Bye.
Bye.
And we're ending.